Assault. Neutral bomb.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Halo World Championship 2025. We're here on the B stream and we have, well, a matchup that's a main stage matchup pretty much. And wait, Dave, we're getting a call. What happened?
Looks like we're going to restart this game in just a moment.
Dave broke the server.
We will be right back, so
Yeah,
stay
Dave's fault.
tuned.
Defeat. Assault. Neutral bomb.
All right, everyone, we are back. Sorry about that. I had a little bit of a false start there, but this is day 2 of the Halo World Championship 2025. We got Optic Gaming versus Space Station. Golden Boy Walshy on the mic. Walshy, you broke the game. You fixed it. Thank you so much for that.
Most important part is I fixed it.
Yeah,
so
that's the most important
I'll
part.
take the credit for that.
All right, let's go ahead and do this one, folks. This is a big game that we're going to be treated to here because Optic Gaming, they're looking to hoist a trophy over their head. Obviously, Space Station looking to do the same here, but Space Station dealing with a little bit of a, I don't know, trying to figure it out a little bit as of late here, whereas Optic Gaming, they have their eyes set on Championship Sunday.
Well, everyone is playing their absolute best coming into this event, especially a lot of the upcoming seeds. So someone like Cloud9 having knocked down someone like FaZe, but we have the top 4 seeds playing each other in round 1.
Crazy, with absolute insanity.
Space Station taking on Optic, Shopify taking on FaZe Clan.
Yeah.
So both these teams fighting for their tournament life to go on to round 2.
Yeah, it's going to make these, it's going to make this quarterfinals absolutely a shark pit. And that lower bracket too, let's not forget. But in any case, though, let's continue onward here and see what's going on with this neutral bomb game. Of course, the name of the game, get that bomb over to your opponent's base. You got a little while to plant that thing, and then you want to go through it in waves, right? We're seeing a lot of these teams do a good job of really handling the slays and making sure that they can get into the enemy base, get behind enemy lines, and then try and pull attention to themselves. But in order to do that, it takes a lot of effort to get to that point. And it has been an absolute slog here at the early goings of this game for both of these teams here.
Yeah, both these teams don't want to overcommit towards the bomb. They want to just first get the slays, and that's what you see both these teams going for. And Stellar going so far behind enemy lines here. Look at this. Not expecting this flank. In fact, actually, never mind. Bound and Renegade.
Wow.
Both fighting Stellar. on the base, and Stellar almost takes them both out.
This is actually a massive opportunity here. That ball's going to be over toward the bridge, and Falcade is going to be the one in position to be able to plant it. Now remember, Optic Gaming came into this one with 11-2 record on Assault. Meanwhile, Space Station Gaming 5-6. So you know that Space Station had to put a lot of work into this game mode, especially heading into the World Championship, and it starts off strong for them as they manage to get one on the board, and they got 2 more down again, maybe even going for 4. Look at this movement, man. Unbelievable stuff.
Clearing them out of the fridge, getting all those slays. That's going to be all 4 down. And you got to wonder what is going to be SSG's play here. They have 4 down, but they're not in a position to move the bomb up, so they just have to slay and take them ground, but looks like Formal's already made his way to car 2.
Eco playing his life here, knowing that he's in a bit of a pickle, but Stellar was there to back him up. Those two have been running together ever since the Splice days. But even then, though, it's not going to be enough for him in that fight. Stellar as well. He's going to get caught as he was trying to make his way into util. Now with camo in hand and that bomb around him, they can actually do some work here. Renegade with camo, that's a scary combination.
Yeah, Renegade could have opted to bring that bomb in a little closer, but decides just to go for some slays. And you can't really go wrong in bomb if you get enough kills on the map. It's going to be incredibly difficult for somebody to grab a bomb arm when you have 4 alive or 3 alive.
Yeah. Even though we have seen some wild moments.
We'll
some people have snuck it in.
That's been off the back of a lot of slays, but you're right.
Yeah.
There's been some unconventional bomb arms that we've seen, but for the most part, it's going to be a slaying game, and that's what Renegade's mostly focused on. He said, hey, they got the last arm because they had someone behind enemy lines. They had Stellar doing so much damage to the base. He doesn't want to allow that to happen again.
Now Optic do opt to have that bomb just return back to center, back to an even keel here. This is not going to give Space Station that opening, that opportunity. Bomb makes it over toward Blue Base Steps. Meanwhile, Legend, he's going to continue to see if he can disrupt the back lines here of Space Station Gaming. Does manage to get behind 2 of the players, Eco and Stellar. Stellar's going to be maybe not long for this world in that util. Might even see his name pop up in a moment. There it is. But this is good pressure that we're seeing here from Legend and Optic Gaming, right? They're just getting in the face of their opponents. They want to make this is what you got to do. And then while that's happening, you're bringing that bomb just a little bit closer. They're going to opt to play for that util push, right? Bring that bomb over to the bridge, over to util, win a couple of these fights here, then force their way back and then force those spawns over toward the fridge. But Space Station is wise to it there, and a trade out is actually going to kind of force Legend to have to exit the vicinity because he realized he was going to have to deal with a flank.
Gonna have to deal with flank you there. Had to commit towards util, just realizing that they had enough resources to push in, and he had no idea if he had the numbers advantage or not. Decides to revert back towards his teammate. Smart play to make.
Does bring that ball back, though, to the center, although it'll be favoring more on the car side. Fallouts haven't made for Legend as well. That's going to be a solid 4 down now. SSG have 4 down. Big opportunity now for Optic Gaming to be able to bring that one forward. You also have Camo that's going to be up for grabs too. So a lot of things for Optic Gaming to work with here in order to get this first one on the board, and they have plenty of time to do it.
It also helps when you have someone like Legend who's leading the charge and getting a perfect kill in the back of the base. This one's going to be an arm, and it's going to be a tie game here.
Pretty much uncontested. Optic Gaming get on the board. It has certainly been a struggle for them in the early goings, but they have found their footing. That 4 down, and it just goes to show, right, that one thing that happened so quickly, and it just led to a cascading effect. And now this bomb has been planted, and look at this. This one camo the Formals picked up has allowed them to be able to bring that ball, and they have no eyes on it. They have no idea. He's in there already.
Look at this pressure, and there's panic. All these members of SSG turned
backs
against the other members of Optic. That's going to be an arm, and also those members of SSG are going to be going down. All of them had to desperately turn around to see if they can get that stop. And because of it, they get the arm, they get 3 kills against SSG, and it's not over yet.
He just marched that bomb into the base like it was nothing. Had the camo, and SSG were none the wiser. They were all center, looking toward the base, expecting that that was where the fight was going to be. But we could very well be looking at the end of the match here, the end of the game rather, as the bomb's going to be inside of the base now. The defense is there. Renegade's there to cover it against Eco. Takes him out. No one's there to stop him off the spawn. No one's even gotten a shot on him yet. And there you go. Optic Gaming showing why they are 11-2 on this map, on this mode rather. What a way to start things off, completely outslaying SSG as well. And there you have it. Optic Gaming go up 1-0, Dave.
So scary once they got control. It was
Never
arm
stopped.
after arm. They had a setup the entire time.
Yeah.
It wasn't like they had to desperately get that bomb arm in and all go down. No, they kept control, that entire length of time.
That was absolutely beautiful to watch. Formal, of course, you got to give flowers to him for just some great heads-up plays and understanding the value of that camo in that moment, and just a solid game all together. Optic Gaming managed to pull off a Map 1 win. We'll be coming up next. Map 2, don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back.
Slayer.
All right, everyone, welcome back as we get ready. Map 2, Live Fire, Slayer, Optic Gaming up 1-0. Space Station Gaming showing at the early goings of the games they certainly can contend, but Optic Gaming showing on their end that when they need to flick the switch and get things going, very few teams can stop them, because that assault, the ending of that assault, Dave, was absolutely brutal and so well done by Optic. But now we're going to Slayer, opportunity for SSG to come back.
Look at this Renegade just flying in, trying to create some space. May have felt partially unsuccessful, but his team was able to grab that snipe. Unfortunately, Bound goes down in the cuts with it. Informal, last one standing at the tower.
He's going to play this one out, just slowly wait for it up, because he's got Renegade. You can see them on his screen. He knows exactly where he's positioned. He's got to play his life because he needs this overlook spot for this camo. And they're flooding the members of SSG. So well executed by Bound and Renegade, and that's going to net them the camo and the sniper rifle to boot.
Just brilliant play there, too, by Formal. Just staying alive back tower. Teammates didn't spawn with them, and all of a sudden they had these players pinched over at the camo.
Just good decision-making that we're seeing from the veterans here. And there's a reason why they've been in this game and competing for as long as they have been, because that moment-to-moment decision-making, so good. Oh, my word, Renegade, great shot. Hey, he makes some good moment-to-moment decisions as well. Gets himself a nasty shot there. Now he's looking for a little bit more, but he's getting so much information, clearing so many of these spaces here, and just allowing his teammates to be able to push forward with confidence.
Just fearlessly charging across the map, checking every corner, treating this like he has like a shotgun or bulldog or something like that. Doesn't matter if it's close range or far away, he's hitting every single shot.
Talk about a camo that was well used. He's got one shot remaining, and very well could use that shot for a kill, because Renegade very rarely misses the dome piece. There's a Ghost suppressed. Now he's actually going to force him out. Actually does get the hit, but he does not get the kill. But the grenade will go ahead and handle that from Legends. That's well done from him. Teammate there to back him up now. And And there's Legend again. Just good support that we're seeing from Optic Gaming. And that's going to give him a sizable lead. 5 kills here as SSG, well, they're going to be stuck inside of the other side. Really just trying to figure out how do they break out of this, because it feels like Optic Gaming are moving around freely on this map with no problems.
Yeah, Optic has so much more on the map, and while this camo's coming up, all these members of SSG are just on camo, whereas Optic take up so much more of the map. They now have Big Door, they now have players over on sandbags, and every single member of Optic are scoreboard and camo at that time.
Yeah, now they've pushed over toward tower. They're trying to maybe fight their way up from mid just to see if they can force some attention here, and if got that camo coming up as well. They'll be looking at it from the short here, but that actually is just going to open things up, and Renegade so wise to it, so quick with it, just dives right in, sends that plasma, blocks that lane, and now they got themselves another camo. We saw what Renegade did with this last time. That man is a menace with his power item.
Yeah, you know his goal with this camo is going to be getting some sort of kill and getting his team eventually that sniper rifle. He doesn't want to take the first shot. Pings that player for bound to do some damage, and then gets the finishing shots on him.
Optic Gaming have just done a brilliant job, Dave, of keeping this lead very much on their side. No issues whatsoever. They are continuing to add on to it, and he's got the diabolical combo again, Renegade. Looking to maybe put it to work here and add on to the 7-kill lead that Optic Gaming has accrued. Looking for one in front, but he's just going to take his time.
Yeah, this was the goal from the beginning, though. As we saw when they got that camo, it said, all right, what are we going to do? How are we going to get killer 2 to eventually secure the snipe? They get sniped back in the hands of Renegade, and he is just going to go on a tear.
And it's pretty much as simple as that. Optic Gaming's plan is sound. It's working. He's watching the lanes. They have so much control of the map. In SSG now, where those openings are going to come from. But first things first, they got to get this gun out of Renegade's hand. But Renegade is actually doing a wonderful job of just making himself, or rather, not overstaying his welcome in some areas.
He just picks somebody off and repositions. And it makes it so difficult to play against, because where you heard the last call out, one, you don't want to poke out and let's say get picked off by Nest again.
Yeah.
But then secondly, someone who feels like they might be safe over in the cave or over near pillars or some other location, all of a sudden gets sniped and you're saying, where's this guy coming from? He just repositions so quick and has such a great macro view of where the opponents are going to be at.
Yeah. Didn't even need to use a sniper there. Killing frenzy for Renegade. What a way to start off Saturday. 10-kill lead. You might as well just say those 10 kills are pretty much from Renegade at this point. Oh, my word. I mean, that might actually be the case here, because he only has 10 on the board right now. Guy's insane.
Yeah, his only death was that very first one where he was charging off the beginning. He's trying to get behind enemy lines and gives up the first death at the scoreboard. But
crazy.
After that, it's just been Renegade, Renegade, Renegade the rest of this game.
And look at the patience that he's able to operate with as well, Dave, right? He's taking his time. He knows he can just move around the map. His teammates are pushed so far forward that they're giving him a lot of good info, right? Now things are starting to spread out a bit more for SSG. Maybe they'll try to take a few ones if there's the opportunity to present itself, as you can see, but there he got it, suppressed. He manages to squeak away with it. Renegade, who's usually so good at being able to detect and read when that camo push starts to come through, but he was just a little bit off on the timing there. But even then, though, Suppress, he needs to do something with this camo now that he has it in his hands.
Yeah, needs to make some sort of push. Interesting, all these nades just flying over at him. And here's the difficult spot. Even though he has camo, gonna get a body shot against some from Renegade. That's gonna be the last sniper bullet. But now let's see, how does he decide to play the rest of his camo. He just tries to create some space, but instead loses the bandit fight. A lot of times you don't want to go for the melee trade as you have camo. Obviously you want to hopefully get help first or take your chances of just winning the bandit fight. But the fact that he was just backing straight up made the shot easier to hit and got finished off.
Yeah, it felt like his idea was to maybe push forward, like on that dummy side, right? Get a little bit more aggressive there with the camo, but that snipe hitting him just kind of gave up the play. And then that guy, Kedor, was so ready for the fight that his next plan was, oh, let me go underneath then and see if I can wrap my way through the tunnel, and they shut it down. That was a camo that this team needed in order to get back into this game, and because of that, it continues to just add on to Optic Gaming's lead. They are looking solid at this point.
Yeah, look at the history of how these snipers have gone down. Every single time Optic have gotten the camo, they've gotten away with a sniper.
Yeah.
Space Station, they get that camo in the hands of Suppressed. Still, the old lingering sniper in Renegade shuts down that camo.
The fact that he hits the body on that, he's a savage, dude. Unbelievable. Now SSG, though, starting to add a few more kills to their total, but just as I say that, Legend, he's just picking them off. It's like, you know, shooting, what is skeet shooting?
All those players flying across the sky, easy targets for him. But one thing to take solace in right now, even though Space Station's down by 8, I don't think they've had a single sniper this entire game.
Yeah.
That's not a bad scoreline if you're not having any sniper rifles. Now imagine how much this turns around if they're able to get a couple snipes in their hands.
Yeah, very true. And they are able, they're all starting to bring it back just a little bit. I mean, it was a sizable lead. I think it was 11 kills at one point, but you're now entering into a territory here where you really cannot afford to give up deaths like that. You can't afford to give up those melee trades as well. So this kind of sets Space Station up poorly and Optic Gaming up beautifully. Big fight now, and look, Legend knows I'm just going to go right for this trade because we have such a lead that that's exactly what we could do. And on top of that, they have full camo control yet again. And you'll see the difference between how it was when SSG had the camo versus how Optic has it. Because when SSG had it, they were not even leaving the camo vicinity. Whereas Formal, he's already pushed up inside into the face of his enemy.
Yeah, it just felt like so much more pressure coming out there from Optic. Even when they don't have camo, still feels like they have that full map control. And when they have camo, we've seen that score just climb up higher and higher. There's 49. Let's see if they can get this 50th. He knows there's somebody here back green. Here comes the nade, and Formal's going in for it.
Yep, and that's it. It's as simple as that. Honestly, that was as textbook a win as you could possibly hope for if you're an Optic fan. Textbook a win for Optic Gaming as a whole for those 5 guys on stage right now. And SSG down 2-0 in this one. Looking at a trip to the lower bracket, need to step it up. Let's see if they're able to do so, Dave. But taking a look at some of the stats here, I mean, Legend had one hell of a game, but Renegade really, I think, for me, was the standout because he was just so effective with those power items.
Yeah, it felt like Renegade kind of brought them into the early comfort and early win, and then felt like Legend just kind of took it from there. It's like, all right, you did your part. Let me do the rest here. Yeah. But Legend had so much damage. But, yeah, the Legend-Renegade combo.
Yeah, and also do want to give Flowers the bound there. 12 assists for him, meaning my guy is in the fight, trying to open up those opportunities. And, well, it all shows in the scoreboard. 50-37, that's going to do it here. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, map 3.
Capture the flag.
Welcome back, everyone. Time for Game 3 of this series. Does Optic Gaming close it out with a 3-0? Can Space Station force that map 4? We got Forbidden CTF here. Golden Boy and Walshy on the horn. And players are loading in, ready to go. And let's get this party started. This is a big one here, Dave, because SSG, look, we can't like sugarcoat it. I think, you know, they've been very much outplayed in these last 2 maps. Not the way that they would have liked those maps to have gone, most definitely, but I think back to that Slayer specifically and just how good they freaking were. This is right here already another opening that's just looking wild for Optic Gaming.
Keep in mind, Renegades hit all 4 players here. He got suppressed off the rip with the battle rifle, got the next pick onto Eco and Stellar, and then shot Falcated.
Yeah, it's
literally
insane.
killed and shot all 4 players there at the beginning of this game.
Yeah, you know, I like to use the phrase like getting value out of it, right? And that's exactly what he's doing with this sniper rifle. He is getting all the value he could possibly want from this thing. And even then, when he's under pressure, can still draw enough attention that will allow the flag carrier to be able to get across the map. Is anyone there to stop him? Falcated might be the only one. It's going to be a tall task. You got Eco surrounding the base as well. And I saw one more player suppressed, I believe, on the outside. But this is where Optic Gaming are going to need to slay.
Great play by Falcated, though. Falcated doesn't fall into the trap, going to the back corner of the base. Instead, he's going towards the front flag. And he can be in a spot where he can get a kill and get this flagpole.
You would need to, and he did here, flag pulled. So you made the call, Dave. That's exactly what Falcated opted to do here. Legend now knowing he's in a big fight against Eco, does manage to win that one out, but Stellar's there for the cleanup. Falcated, he's going to bring that flag across. Now Stellar does have that snipe. Might try and put it to use. We've seen him do some magic with this gun in the past, but it's not going to be the case here. Both flags are going to be away from base. And now this is where the stalemate starts.
But the defense was successful there by SSG. They at least got the counter pull, and they get to bring this to a stalemate. Now, the only danger of this, what happens a lot of times in these stalemate flag scenarios is sometimes you get the flag recovery and turn it into a double cap.
Yep.
So this might not just decide a single cap. This could be a 2-cap difference here on whoever comes out ahead in the stalemate.
Falcated playing his life over here, knowing that he was going to be in a bit of a pickle. Big kill there, perfect shot onto Renegade, keeps him alive, but he lost 2 of his teammates down low. You have another one right next to him. Falcated's got to win this, and he does. Takes out Formal, and he does manage to be able to stay alive, and now he can start to march his way down the field because he sees where that flag is, and he wants to get it. Bound's going to be weakened as well. Opportunities abound here for him. Gets one, looking for the second, but they had to stop him before he got heated up.
Yeah, Falcated with a huge defense, great offense, but there we are back at the stalemate. 2 deaths there from Eco and Falcated. They can no longer push here from the SSG side to go for the flag recovery, and it's going to be setting up for the next weapons and power-ups.
Yep, that is also going to be where things get a little dicey here, because look at how Space Station are just, you know, like hanging out around that flag, right? They're all coalescing around it, and they can't really get around to get map positioning.
This is trouble right now, though, for Optic. They have too many people down low here in the sewers. This gives Space Station so much information that they can take over to the top of the map. And look at that. Stellar gets the pick onto Bound. Legend still hasn't been able to get to a new up high position. Yeah. He's trying to go get a sniper, but look at these kill feeds now, GB. He's suppressed getting a kill. Formal's able to get some sort of answer.
Yeah,
but the whole point being is SSG were in a prime position because Optic were all down in the sewers.
Yeah, no, that's very true. And whew, nice shot there from Stellar. Looking to see if he can follow up with another. But great point you brought out there. I think for me, the thing I was a little concerned about there was just seeing how SSG were very much like all huddling back at the base. But you're right. There was a great opportunity for them. They kind of like a tug of war, if you will, right? They let them feel like they could get a little bit closer, and then they pushed back aggressively, and it worked out for them. We're still going to continue to be at the stalemate, though. Stellar loses the sniper rifle.
So aggressive. And then not to, to give that in their hands. There's a lot of times where Stellar, pushes up with the last few bullets and, makes magic happen. Unfortunately, not able to have it happen that time.
That was a big win there for Eco. Unfortunately, won't be able to stay alive for that long. He got sniffed out eventually.
And here's the danger that I was talking about.
3
GB going for this recovery. Can Optic get their touch? I think they didn't have someone in position to touch their own flag. So what should have been a free capture there for Optic weren't able to touch their own flag. It returns. and now Optic looking to secure a single flag.
But this kind of goes back to what you were talking about, Dave, right? In these stalemate situations. Look how fast this pull came through from Formal. He's got the flag. He's got a point on the board, and Optic Gaming are going to be able to draw first blood here on the flag count totals against SSG, but that came after a very long stalemate. Both flags on opposite sides of the field. And then just like that, Optic Gaming read the situation and were able to take advantage of it.
Formal trying to hold down his hut for a moment here. Realizes that as long as he stays alive and doesn't allow SSG to get his hut, his team should be just fine. But look at this constant pressure here from SSG, realizing that they're going to do this counter fire all the way from the attic, but Formal will take those long-range battles any day.
Oh, yeah, and also you got to remember, too, right? He's making those shots happen. He's putting damage onto those people, and those people are now having to deal with some fights of their own. So because of that, it's going to make it a little bit more challenging for them in those moments. And just look at the help coming in. Now that they've cleared this one out completely, they have a great route to be able to pull this flag again. Formal hanging out in the back of the base, trying to see where the spawners are going to be located. He's opting to bring this one over toward Renegade. Sees Stellar down low, and he's going to have to handle him, but he's getting pressured from the right side too, and that's a dead flag.
Yeah, the Dynamo Grenade was so good by Stellar as well. Completely cuts off Formal from pushing it forward. He knows when he peeks away from that pillar, he can line up his bandit exactly where Formal's going to be.
Very well done. Now Stellar kind of putting himself in a position where he's got to do the same thing that Formal did a little earlier on. He's got to win this fight here. This is a big one. If he can get it, it'll be huge, but he does not stay alive, but he is able to get the kill. That's going to make 3 players down here for Optic Gaming. Is there an opportunity for Space Station to get inside? No, those players are going to spawn up. They have to deal with another round of slays.
Yeah, they got the better position too. I mean, ideally, they would have loved to block the sniper side. I think Falke was hoping they could slip in just real quick, see if he could pull a flag through the sewer.
Yeah, kind of like what Formal did.
Yeah, exactly. That's how they kind of got that flag last time, even though they had all the slays.
All right, but we have Suppress in the back of the base. They have to know that someone's back here. They have now gotten word at the very least. Because Bound is here, or sorry, Suppress is here, it's going to put a lot of the activity on these players. And Suppress now, just waiting this one out, waiting to see when his teammates are going to get in a spot to be able to help him. He's got Falcated that's going to be in that overlook position toward the mid. And they're trying to sniff him out, Renegade. Oh, not able to get the trade there. Would have obviously loved to just been able to get the clean kill, but that was not going to be the reality. But Stellar with the sniper rifle has been a little quiet today. He's going to need to put this to work, and he gets that kill onto Legend. That was the enemy snipe as well. Could very well go and combine that ammo and take that away from Optic Gaming, but instead he's not going to have an opportunity to. But just so far, so close yet so far, it felt like here.
Yeah, and he had to make something happen there. He got that first initial kill, which is big, but when you make a play towards the sewers, it's kind of a do-or-die scenario, because once you're spotted out there, the team can react. They have all the time in the world to reposition or go attack your teammates where you are out of the fight.
I think something that's also glaringly different between how SSG handled a 4 down, and granted the circumstances a little bit different because Optic is going to be up 1-0 here, but they just go back to where they need to be rather than trying to press advantages or press their luck like what we saw Falke to try to do earlier when he tried to slip in, if you will, right? I think like those things just really goes to show just how disciplined this Optic team is, especially in those situations where it's like, hey, let's not press our luck. Let's go ahead and handle the business where we need to handle it, but at the same time, make sure that we're backing each other up so that this way we can not let them get the positioning on the map the way that they would like to, rather. Excuse me.
But yeah, doing great job, like you said. It's just feels like also one thing that Optic's doing really well here towards the end, outside of how they played those other 4-down situations, is Renegade playing very patient with that snipe.
Yeah.
He just staying all the way back outside, making sure there's no way that he gives up this weapon and gets it in the hands of SSG, especially once he got that combined ammo.
And look at his reposition as well. He knows where those spawners are going to be coming from, like pushing underneath sewers and whatnot. If he had hung out there a little bit longer, he would have ran into someone. So that means that player could have slipped by, but it doesn't seem like that's the case here. As we got a flag now moving. Formal's bringing this one around, taking it over to the SSG snipe side. That's going to have to prompt a movement over toward the Optic snipe side, giving Falcade an opportunity. Flag has now been pulled opposite of this as well. Feels like we're kind of in a similar situation.
SSG actually in a really good spot. Legend, the only one that's going to be able to stop this flag, and he's the only one alive over at this hut. So Eco and Stellar. Not only did he get these kills with the flag, but fortunate spawns there for Optic Gaming as they go towards back Mohawk.
That has to be frustrating.
They had the slays, they had everything, everyone in a pretty good position, but unable to rally that flag back, especially with the good spawns from Optic.
Well, they do manage to get 2 down here after Formal got popped there in the air. Maybe they can play off of this. You can see Eco pushing down in the sewers here. Legends waiting for it, waiting to hear any movement. Playing low, playing crouched. You can see the other 3 members of Optic on the right side of the screen, forcing the attention over toward their snipe side of the map. And now Eco. Prime opportunity here, but this is exactly what Legend was waiting for. He knew that someone was going to be creeping around the sewers, and you know what? You got it may not be attack FPS, but you got to check your corners, man. 2 players down now. OS is available. Stellar really wants to get that with this snipe. He's got 4 bullets to work with, and he's got Optic's name right on it.
It's tough when that goes in the hand of Optic because not only do they fight against it, but that's an overshield that they're hoping to use at the end of this game to get their one and only cap they need to tie this.
Yeah.
Now that's no longer a chance, and there's more pressure being put on Legend getting a flagpole.
Yeah, Bound has this overshield. You just lost the sniper rifle on your side of the map as well. So there's just so much that needs to be done here if you're SSG to try and stop this flagpole from happening. But they're only going to really be able to slow things down just a little bit. But outside of that, that ain't really going to matter all that much. This is looking like flag cap number 2 here. No one from SSG is around to stop it because they're all dead. And that is going to be 2-0. Optic up now and looking to march their way forward in the bracket with 1 minute remaining.
It's looking dire. I mean, there's not going to be any snipers to help SSG here. No OSs. They're just going to have to dig deep and get some slays. And it's going to be tough when Renegade still has a sniper in his hut.
Yeah, this is a tall task for SSG here. Oh, man. And there really is just nothing that they could do because they got to go. They have to push. And Optic Gaming could just hang around, chill, do what they want to do. But instead of letting this one end on time, they want to end it declaratively. 4 players in the back of the base. The flag is starting to move as well. Renegade's got this one across. He's trying to get back over to his flag to make sure that he can protect this one here. But this is basically curtains now, Dave. What a run that we have seen Optic Gaming put together in this series. So well done.
Interestingly enough, decided not to force the run at the end, realizing, hey, the only way that Optic are really going to throw this is if they somehow desperate this flag over it and get double capped on. So wise play there from Optic.
Yeah.
Not overcommitting, instead just going to go for a few more slays to end this one out, and that's going to be Optic taking this game 3-0.
It all came down to time. They thought about it. Maybe we could go put this flag cap in, but it was more exciting to put the pressure on SSG in those final moments, it seems like. In Optic Gaming, it doesn't get any better than this for a start on Saturday here at HCS. The Halo World Championships. Always got to get my names right. But, Dave, this team is looking very scary.
Yeah, they are looking good. And, I mean, I was sitting here talking with Aries Carriers for a little bit right before, and I was saying, I think Optic's best is quite possibly the best in all of the HCS. And what I'm seeing so far today, especially from Renegade and Legend, is I am seeing them play some of their best Halo, and that's scary for the opposing teams.
Most definitely is, and it helps when you got Formal dropping 6K damage, putting in that work. This team looks good. 2-0 victory for Optic Gaming, 3-0 on the series. SSG take a trip to the lower bracket. Optic move on. That's going to do it for us here on the Bravo stream. We'll catch you guys in a little bit. See you soon.
Oddball. Round 1. Ball incoming. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. 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 Ball dropped. Ball out of bounds. Ball incoming. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. 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 Ball dropped. Ball out of bounds. Ball incoming. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball out of bounds. Ball incoming. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. 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 Ball dropped. Enemy halfway to victory. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Enemy has the ball. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Round 2. Ball incoming. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. 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 Enemy has the ball. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. 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 Enemy has the ball. Enemy halfway to victory. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Enemy team nearing victory. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball reset. Ball incoming. 1 minute remaining. Ball. Ball dropped. seconds remaining. Ten seconds. Reset. Ball inbound. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Defeat. Slayer. Enemy halfway to victory. Team nearing victory. Minutes remaining. capture the flag.
Welcome back, everybody, to the B stream. If you've been enjoying the silence of these games, well, I'm here to apologize because Bravo and myself are here to talk you through this game number 3 between Mindfreak and Space Station, the Astronauts versus the Freaks, Sandy, and it's tied up at 1-1.
Man, and SSG, you think about, they knew this would be a difficult tournament for them. They knew they would have a lot of tough opponents, but it feels like Mindfreak's late-stage Halo Infinite run has just continued here, and of course making history in Charlotte, and now they want to do even more. Barcode with the first camo of the game.
Gonna find a kill off the back of it as well. Falcated, time out. Barco trying to do what he could to survive, not trade in that situation, but he wasn't able to. But a little bit of Aqua Flag as our game number 3. It's usually a good indication of what team is feeling in fine fettle. It's a game type which has been in the suite of game types and maps and mode combos since the very start of Halo Infinite, which feels like quite a while ago now. 3-man push coming in from PlayStation. PlayStation? Space Station?
It's because of yesterday.
Space Station.
Don't worry.
On the pink side.
It's because of yesterday's
Halo is available
news.
and coming to PlayStation.
That's right. My brand did the same thing. 3 dead here from Mindfreak. Bry's going to see what he might be able to do out of the top gen, so they're going to go ahead and run the flag gen. He did get top middle, though. We'll see if we can slow this down.
Nico finds a kill. Suppress is going to get some support from Falcade as well. So 2 dead here for Mindfreak. It's looking like a pretty clear run for Suppress. However, I was wondering if it was extended for a second there. Fal found another one, though. This is going to be a clear run. This is going to be the first flag going in here for Space Station, and that will be important for them just to calm the nerves a little bit after a loss in game 2.
Yeah, especially, I mean, let's not forget, this is elimination round 1, and we're talking about Space Station Gaming, this organization, defending champions, 2 of these 4 players, defending world champions. This would be heartbreaking to say the very least to see an exit here, so the fact that they have their backs pressed against the wall is just a tough spot to be in. They're going to want to make sure that they make quick work of this series from here on out.
Double cap potential here. They've got the flag out already. This way he's going to fly back into the base. Stella can't quite connect to the shots that he needed. Just took a little bit too much splash damage from that grenade. Eco with a nice kill initially. Tries to finish the second one on Barcode bottom middle, but the thrust will take him into safety to get those shields back. The damage coming in from elsewhere makes that kill very, very simple for Eco. Might be thinking about pushing in here, gets the speed as well. Lovely little life down from Eco. 4 dead on the side of Mindfreak.
Yeah, 2 players alive for Space Station, so that will give space for Fal, as well as the rest of the team to start to push up the map. Fal's going to try to play this. I like this from Barcode, though. He's just fridge hopping, making sure no one's going util bridge, and to be honest, that bought them just a little bit of time. Look at that play. I mean, simply being able to push the player off of your base, force them back to car, and now they're just pushing pink on kind of a 3-man push. Even though the kills are traded out in the end, it buys a lot of time for them, and now they even get a pull.
Yeah, the overextension coming in from Scoob on that pink side means the map is kind of divided in a non-traditional way, kind of vertically rather than laterally. 2 players trying to deal with Falcade as well, who now finds himself trapped, and that's great communication. This is what we talked about, right? If you can get yourself in a position where you have the advantage heavily on one side of the map, you can deal with the player behind you by turning a little bit later on in the play. It's 3 dead for Space Station. Flag isn't going to be moving quite as yet, though.
Kevin Eco Smith, 12 and 6, double positive at this stage in the game. And look at the rest of the kills category. I mean, you just saw Suppress for the first time get on double digits, and that's a double kill, so he'll be even close. But the rest of the lobby, no one even really close to those statistics. So Suppress and Eco taking the brunt of the slaying load and doing it very well here in your opening 4 minutes of play.
Impressive stats for Foul as well. You look at the stats, he's 4 and 2 when it comes to kills to death. 7 assists leading the lobby. 8 still staying positive in this game with a huge amount of damage output as well, which the like of Suppressed and Eco are feeding off to get those kills. Foul finds another kill here, which is going to take his tally to 5. Does know there's an extension on the pink side as well. Should be able to wrap behind it. Looks like Mindfreak being read a little bit too easily here. They're trying to flood one side of the map very, very quickly, and SSG are just able to pick them off. But with 3 players dead, make that 4, and some great shots from Foul. That flag is already moving. A couple of extra kills here, which look like they're already coming in.
Yep.
And this should be another flag going the way of SSG.
This is a cap, guaranteed, certified. Signed, sealed, deleted. Oh, wait. Okay, things like that
Not
make me look really silly. But now the flag's still going to go in, even with a big old flag drop. That just shows you just how much time they had, Mark.
That's why you should never drive a forklift without the appropriate license.
Or, if avoidable, just don't drive forklifts.
Actually, as someone who's driven a forklift, never do that.
Yeah.
Never do that.
Especially, you know, being backstage here at the Halo World Championship. They don't let us in the building on those days, but there's a lot of forklifts, and I've always looked at them and thought, yep, it's a really good thing I'm not in charge of that.
Part of me still thinks I could do it.
I bet you could do a good job.
I don't think you lose that skill set. It's like riding a bike. It's like
It
driving
is,
a forklift.
yeah. Oh, the hand-eye just comes back.
Those levers, 2-0. The score still for Space Station here as they did double their lead a few moments ago, and Eco getting his hands onto a camouflage as well is going to give him an opportunity to continue rallying and racking up some more kills. 18 and 8, by the way, plus 10 in this game.
Plus 10 in a game, by the way, where no one else on the other team has 10, which tells you everything you need to know. 2-0 here, and SSG, luckily for SSG players and fans, SSG now showing up in a big way. Oftentimes they have these numbers, but it's 0-0, right?
Yes.
Or even yesterday, they'd be trailing 1-0 even with these numbers. So it's very good to see them kind of turning on the efficiency dials and making sure that with the kills also come the objective points on the board as well.
However, Mindfreak again a little bit
Cheeky?
I was going to say cheeky, I was going to say inventive. Trying to get a flag moving without really any kills going on their side. Barcode to find one, but that's going to be 4 dead for Mindfreak. It didn't feel like they had anywhere near the kills required to make that a clean run. They were looking to bank on picking those kills up on the way back, but the flank that came in from Eco, excuse me, and then followed up by Stella, good enough to shut that one down.
I think that's why you felt it was cheeky. You felt the cheek of it.
Yeah, it was bare bottom down, didn't
Was it ever? 4 dead again. Jinx. You owe me a insert beverage sponsor here.
Is that how that works?
What's that?
Is that how Jinx works in the US?
That's how it works at esports tournaments of this scale.
Oh, okay.
The reason I didn't say any beverage because I don't know who the beverage sponsor is for this one.
I thought it was because, like, in the UK, if you say Jinx, the other person just can't speak.
Oh.
So I thought you kind of screwed yourself for a second.
Oh, no.
Sat here chilling.
Oh, in the United States, it's Jinx, you owe me a blank, and it'd be insert soda brand here. Can't say it due to sponsor obligations and what we call category conflicts.
Okay. Back into the game. The flag is going to be pulled momentarily again by Mindfreak, but the flag runs have been a little bit disjointed so far. Now that is going to be the case again, as that one's going to be sent home for SSG. That's a little bit challenging Barcode. Man himself got that kill pretty comfortably. 3 dead though for Mindfreak. This get outslayed extremely heavily. Eco's 22 and 11. Falcate is 13 and 7 now. Suppressed
With
17 and 8.
Also 14 assists. He has as many assists as the most player on Mindfreak has kills. That tells you a lot.
That's a story.
Also, though, I wonder if we're... Tell me what you think. 3 dead again for Mindfreak. With SSG, or I think we're still seeing the tiniest bit, I shouldn't even say tiniest bit, an element of objective inefficiency. When they're slaying this heavily, it should be more than 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, undoubtedly. Like, are you spending too much time wrapping back to secure a kill with 3 players instead of just moving forward and letting 1 or 2 deal with it? Sometimes that can be a communication issue. Sometimes that can just be almost a personality conflict with players, like what they think is the right priority to make.
Sure, yeah.
And everyone makes the same decision at the same time instead of thinking about the progression on the map towards an objective. All these things can be taken into consideration, and obviously we don't really know the full answer to that unless we're in the comp the entire time with SSG. But 2-0, they also might just be playing it slowly. They've got a 2-0 lead.
It's true.
Just going to pick up some slays, but at 2-0, they always say, Andy, 2-0 is a difficult lead.
It is. And that's actually why I'm bringing it up, is not because I think that SSG is actually necessarily in trouble, but I just feel like we've seen teams so many times before in SSG themselves, and we even saw it yesterday with top teams in the league, Optic Gaming, right? Where when you leave it till the end, if a team just happens to get you 4 dead once, you're at the risk of being double capped. And I think that's really what you want to avoid. Now, I think all of that can go away if SSG closes out these last 3 minutes, but we'll have to see if they could do so at the same pace that they have been.
What's the killer instinct feels like it's missing, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Imagine if this is Optic or Shopify right now. They're looking to go 5 flags. They're looking to get the game done as quickly as possible, whereas it just feels like it's a little bit of time for SSG. It almost feels like we've done the hard work. Let's just kill everything.
Right, which it's just dangerous.
See if things work out for us.
Yeah, it's just dangerous to play leads in any Halo title. Regardless of which game you're talking about, it's It's regardless to, excuse me, it's dangerous.
Irregardless.
One of those words. To let games go all the way to time, and that's what they're doing here.
Kind regardless.
Right. In kind.
Perfect hit for Kevin Eco Smith as he takes his tally to 26 and 15 now. Should be a little confidence booster to him. It's KD out of any player in the top 4 coming into this tournament, Andy.
And now 27.
I know that you knew that because you told me.
And I know that you knew that because I asked you. 27 and 15 here for Eco, though, and showing up in a big way in this game, certainly, and wants to be a part of a big rally for SSG. Let's not forget, if they turn it on here, especially with the way brackets have gone, let's just put it out there because it needs to be. SSG could absolutely have a run here at this tournament, and we know that they're going to meet all sorts of surprises if they continue on in the elimination bracket. We already saw some upsets happening. So we'll have to see what they might have in store here. And they've done it so far. Now 1:30 left in the game, and no interest in running that flag from Eco.
Yeah, I mean, words right out of my mouth there is opportunity to throw that flag out, get him moving, leave that player alive, kill him as you're running the flag, but instead it's going to be a slow, methodical, possible third flag going in here. If they can deal with Bryce on the stream stairs. Barcode finds one.
Barcode finds 2. Wow.
Scoob is top middle as well. They're going to get that return, I believe.
Should if they jump on it. There we go.
And they will get the return. I was worried more of SSG then. Big counter cap, to be honest.
Yeah, and I'm surprised that, honestly, Mindfreak waited to jump on it because they had pretty safe front base angles to jump on and not get, I mean, presumably the easiest nades, but luckily in the end they do realize we should jump on this because there's 3 players on the flag plat. And in the end, just 43 seconds left here.
Sway's last alive. They know where he is. He's going to go down as well. Stella gets that trade. And yeah, 35 seconds, not enough time, you would imagine, for a double cap, even if it's perfect here for Mindfreak to get back into this game. And it's looking like SSG will go up 2-1 in this series after losing the Slayer. But I think the questions we had coming into the tournament probably still a little bit unanswered from what we've seen in this game, Andy.
Yeah, exactly. I think we're going to need to see, and luckily we're going to get more of this series. We'll see exactly what SSG has in store for the game after this series as the time does tick down. Just 10 seconds left.
Count it down with us, everybody. 5 seconds to go. Bryce trying to stay alive, and everyone knows that this game is done and dusted, and indeed it will be Space Station who will claim the victory here on Aquarius Capture the Flag. They will win this one 2-0 in game, and will go up 2-1 in the series.
Strongholds.
Game 4 is ahead of us. Welcome back, everybody, to the Halo World Championships. Welcome back to the B stream. I'm going to use this opportunity to get all of the Bravo stream, Bravo casting goodness out of me, Andy, because I've only got one more day to do it. In fact, this is the last day, because B stream, I think.
What's good is I have negotiated a licensing rights deal for every Bravo stream. It's not a lot. It's not a lot. But I will be receiving royalties.
A lot of work, but it's not or whatever the people say. 2 dead here for Mindfreak off the rip, and it's going to be BB converted as we jump over to live fire Strongholds. Here in our game number 4, Mindfreak won the Slayer. If you're wondering where we are in the series, Space Station just won Aquarius flag 2-0. They're heavily outslaying their opponents, and at the start of this game are heavily outscoring their opponents. It's going to be a triple cap early on. Stella's going to find himself a sniper. And come on, Stella. Let's see some magic from you, buddy.
I was going to say, it doesn't feel like that long ago where Stellar was putting on some of the craziest sniping shows we have ever seen in over 2 decades of competitive Halo. And I think Stellar fans and just Halo fans everywhere would love nothing more than to see a little more of that before the years. So, are you kidding me? On cue.
Wish is my command.
Holy.
A no-scope as he QTs. Both me and Andy's brains took at least 3 or 4 seconds extra to work out exactly what had happened. But the pause was worth it. Triple cap still in effect here. 60 points on the board for SSG.
I mean, if you're an SSG fan, you're loving what you're seeing here because you don't want this, even though SSG has shown a little bit of signs, of course, of weakness, dropping that game in this series. You want for SSG players as well as kind of their confidence, you want to see them taking series comfortably here in game number 4. They don't want to let this one go the distance, and certainly not to a game 5 Slayer.
B and C will be flipped by Mindfreak, so they'll be scoring at the moment. Eco just waiting for a teammate before they make the push out of the big door. Welcome mat is laid down by Mindfreak. Plasma grenade. Rice is going to take the individual. Rice is going to lose it. Great shots coming in from Eco. That's a killing spree for him. Last alive. He's going to be taken down by Eco as well. That is the most perfect example of a push you can ever see. A fresh 4 dead, and the player who gets the first kill getting the final bullets into the last kill as well. Oh, that shows that SSG maybe starting to think a little bit here.
And Eco now 7-1-1 here. I mean, what a start with the trip cap. Eventually going to wrap up here with the A flip, but still, BC hold in control, still scoring.
Barcode yet to register his first kill in this game. Almost 100 points gone in the game. Slightly concerning, to say the least. As I say, he gets his 2. Nice little double kill for him just to get him off the donut. But it's SSG who are continuing to score here. Now they're looking for that triple cap once more. Suppressor just grabbed the camo. Mindfreak really struggling in this game by the looks of things.
Yeah, I think SSG's finally turning it on here. And I think this is what you expect to see. I think, of course, a lot of respect to Mindfreak, what they've accomplished this year, and especially in Charlotte. Nice job from Suppress to avoid the melee. Barcode has answers with good shield. Oh, that shouldn't happen. I'm just going to say it.
Yeah, I mean, you can say good shots from Barcode, you can say bad shots from Suppressed.
I'm going to say both.
Both would be equally valid in that situation. Barcode trying to warm up a little bit here. He wins another fight here against Eco. Sways is going to find himself a sniper rifle here. And with multiple targets in front of him, unfortunately, all of them being his teammates. He's not going to be able to pull that trigger just as yet. SSG went 3 dead for a second there. It may have actually been a staggered 4 dead. And B will be flipped here by Sways, and he's still got that sniper in his hands.
Yeah, Stellar peeks for just a second, realizes, maybe I'll go the other way this time. Eco up on Ness. He's about to be in a 1v2, maybe a 1v3 momentarily, but it's a really nice push from Stellar on Sways to make sure he takes down the big door.
It's not that sniper rifle, Stellar, but...
What's that? Is that a sniper rifle?
Enemy team
Steady punch on hot lead. 133 to 31. SSG continued to score after a little bit of a rally from Mindfreak. They've just managed to get a few kills on the board, which has just, I think, calmed them down a little bit. It was a bit of a blend to start this game, but Stellar Part 2.
What can you do?
Return of the S7. It's the body. And finally kills Rice.
It feels like with with Stellar, his sniping skill is like an ancient, deep ability, you know, that like it always exists. It's just a matter of, is he in the depths, unearthing ancient powers.
Yeah, he needs like his hand on like a stone wall for it to light up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Here he goes.
He's going to accept a single kill here as he'll be flooded by 2 members of Mindfreak. 2 dead here for SSG, but they will continue scoring. They're flipping A at the same time that Mindfreak are working on B, but Mindfreak do get the reset. And that was a 3 dead. Suppress was last alive momentarily here. So an AB hold for the boys from ANZ, our Aussie friends.
Wow, that was a fast death. Animation was at like 150% speed. Also another example as 3 fall for Mindfreak of something that broke my brain. Rice gets 2v1 pushed on a really nice coordination from SSG. He will fall yet again. By the way, Eco update 12-5. Stellar 14-5 in this game, and Eco's going to add a camo to the tally and maybe some more kills as well.
So SSG looking for the triple gap here, and I'm pretty sure they're going to be able to get it. All of Mindfreak respawning simultaneously over towards the tower side of the map. So SSG will let that one go for now, as Eco will be able to spot out all of this information, all these players with this camo, and just play it nice and slowly. 190 points already on the board here for SSG. And Mindfreak just not had the coordination in this Strongholds game type as yet to really be in the game when it comes to capturing Strongholds. The kills have just been going so heavily against them.
Yeah, I'm impressed with SSG, and I think people who want to see SSG show up in a big way, not even necessarily the fan base, 4 dead by the way for SSG, I think people who are just kind of fans and respect these players and what they've done, you do want to see SSG have a showing that's representative of a Halo World Championship final. And I think we're seeing in this game what they're capable of. It's really been dominance. However,
up until this point, as we will see Mindfreak for the first time get a triple cap of their own. 2 dead still here for SSG. Make that 3 dead, and they're starting to stagger these spawns as well. So Press will find one, but they'll just give information on where these spawns are going to be coming in. The last alive will influence those spawns. Triple cap still here. Stella's going to poke. Stella's going to get hurt. And,
it's a good play from Stellar.
Hurt, stays alive long enough, like you say, to make the play which baits him in. So Press will benefit from that with a double kill. And SSG, who've been 3 dead a moment ago, have at least managed to wrangle one of those strongholds away. A couple of kills go away of Mindfreak though, and Mindfreak is starting just to flood a little bit here, starting to find a bit of momentum. That's the word.
2 dead as well, and the trip cap's still in effect, and they might even shut down Suppress. Should be able to, Barcode.
No trade?
No trade, and I couldn't even hear what this QT effect was. Also scrambling my brain. It was a brain scrambler. How would you like your eggs?
I don't know how to put those pieces back together.
Scrambled like my brains.
Down ball middle. He's going to find a kill. Cube now is going to move in. He's got a target-rich environment. That's going to be 3 dead here for Space Station Gaming. And Mindfreak are back in this game, Andy. It's
this is concerning.
To 204, and it's the same story that we were talking about that gave us a little bit of a scare in that last game. Space Station are totally in control. Get a lead, and then all of a sudden take their foot off the gas. It feels like everyone just starts to think the game is won before it's won, and they're 3 dead again here. Stella's last alive.
About to be a trip as well, and they're going to probably take down Stellar. Look at the back of the tower. He gets 1. They should at least trade that out. Keep an eye on the kill feed. If they don't, it's trouble.
They've just backed it up there.
It's trouble.
Has managed to get himself the camo. There's a real opportunity, a real massive opportunity to swing this game into their favor here, Mindfreak. 188 and rising. We are almost at a tie game, but a couple of kills go the way of SSG, and Barcode hasn't really been able to get in the fight with his camo. Might be able to pick up at least 1 kill here onto Suppress.
Oh, I got to be careful of this angle. They do get C on the flip in the end. They do lose AB. Space Station scoring yet again. Here comes the green push, but they need to decide where. That's not an easy angle. Not an easy angle to push from. They need to decide how they want to play this.
Yeah, I think, great point. They need to decide what they're going to do. It just feels like everybody is not making a decision right now. Everyone's spinning around waiting for each other to make a play instead of making a clear call and committing to something here. Kills are going to be the priority for both sides at this point. If they go the way of SSG, this is probably game and them closing the series out. But for Mindfreak, if the kills go their way, they've got a chance to get back into this, to wrestle away one of those strongholds. Psychic here for Barcode. Wild shots going in bottom middle. Stella's going to be there to trade that kill out.
So trying to win this one as well, but Rice will get the perfect kill. 3 dead here for Mindfreak at a very important part of the game. 240 on the board. This could be it.
Yeah, and that was the desperation play coming in here from Sways. He's not going to be able to make it happen, and it's looking like Space Station should be able to close this one out. Barcode making a flank onto A, has to win this fight if they want any chance of keeping their tournament hopes alive. Stella comes back, and he does managed to win the fight, but the reset
They're on
already
B.
come in, but he's bought enough time for the rest of Mindfree to get to B. This isn't done quite as yet. The contest
Contest.
is coming in though, but they win that fight as well. Falcated trying to challenge, and all of a sudden Mindfree have got a chance, but
Yep.
it is the slenderest, the thinnest
Oh, man.
of margins.
Here's the question. So Stellar it's taken down. It's
Dead.
still a 4v2. Where's the SSG play? C or A? That's the question. They're trying to make C happen, but it's not working. 3 dead.
Falcated's top tower. He's trying to play his life at the moment, buy some time. Scoopmeister finds that kill though.
Battle on
Sniper
B.
rifle. Ooh, sways. Narrowly misses a shot onto Stella, but he's taken down
A
anyway.
flipping.
It's 3 dead here for Space Station.
Oh my
and there's a
God.
triple cap appearing here for
There's
Mindfreak.
no
What is
way.
going on here?
No way. And now they have the insurance. They can let A go if they need to. They get the re, though.
Bako gets the kill.
Oh, my word. You are witnessing something special, folks. 239 on the board.
Tournament life on the line here for Mindfreak. B and C are being flipped though. They
Same
have
time.
to get this kill. They get the
Big
reset
re.
onto C momentarily.
No.
C is being flipped.
So is B.
Mindfreak are fighting at the back of
Big
B.
trade.
The trade comes in. That means that it won't be captured
Oh
by
my.
SSG. It's a 1v1 in and around B. He's just trying to buy time here, Barcode, for the rest of Mindfreak to get into position
They're
to
here.
contest and fight and scrap for their tournament lives here.
Oh, my God. Unbelievable here. Still a 2v2 in the back of B. It all comes down to this battle.
Can't step out though. They've got to keep contesting. There's 3 members of Space Station here, and Space Station
Oh.
will win the trade at B and will knock Mindfree out of the tournament. Space Station survive and win the series 3-1. But that was an insane end to that game. Goodness me.
capture the flag. Enemy flag returned. Enemy flag returned. Enemy captured your flag. Enemy captured your flag. Enemy captured your flag. Defeat. Slayer. Enemy halfway to victory. Strongholds.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and we can only apologize, Dan and I, for not being here to watch this series for the first couple of games. We had some business. We were all tied up on the main stage, but as we have missed Luminon going up 2 games against Space Station Gaming, this tournament is not done throwing up some surprises, Dan.
Yeah, FaZe just eliminated top 12. Space Station now on the brink of elimination at top 8. I mean, I'm not sure anyone would have had that on their bingo cards at the start of this tournament, but I know Space Station have been a little bit rocky here or there, but we look at last one. To that. You just use my cough button.
Nice.
That's incredible.
Nice.
Sorry.
Inexperience here. That's what you expect from people.
Anyway, Space Station looked a little rocky, but then last one they were able to pick things back up. But now they are about to potentially fall at the last hurdle here in this tournament. They are 2-0 down to the European Giants, who, of course, boot camped before this event. Were able to finish top 3 in the online tournament that happened as well to give them a little bit of confidence booster. But then lost to Cloud9 in the winners bracket. Everything you think might happen has happened, but then hasn't happened. It's kind of been all over the place this tournament.
Yeah, if you were a gambling man or woman, I would say that you're probably losing money in this World Championships because Space Station find themselves 4 dead. Also, I didn't realize after 4 years of commentating with Dan that I always had the power of just shutting him up when I wanted to. So there's a magic button there for me. But our attention turns back to Snipe Drone, whose attention turns to A with the sniper rifle. First shot won't find a home, but it's enough to give up his position. And Eco reacts accordingly, knowing that the sniper rifle will be trained upon him. So, spins around, gets the audio cue of exactly where Eco did end up. 5 shots connect, an easy kill. And Luminon will continue to score here. SSG are in massive trouble.
I mean, you look at what's happening, and if we were to see Space Station fall, with FaZe gone as well, suddenly 3rd and 4th is wide open. They are 2 teams who have been a staple of those positions throughout this season. And then the likes of Luminon, the likes of Complexity, the likes of TSM, Envy, suddenly they're all looking at this bracket saying, hey, there is a top 4, maybe even a top 3 on the cards. And you think back to what TSM did all those years ago in Halo Infinite when they did finish top 3. They might be able to do it again, or maybe Luminon could do what has only been done once in European history and perhaps find themselves there. But they have to get there first, and right now they are putting their best foot forward. It's 132-4. Our Space Station just checked out at this point.
And it's incredible. I think you're right. If you had headed into any tournament, particularly the World Championships, and said, hey, give me your top 4. No matter what way you shook it out, Space Station and FaZe would have been in that top 4. Whether it was 3rd, 4th, 2nd, it's irrelevant. They would have been there as a mainstay. We've already said goodbye to FaZe, and we are very close to saying goodbye to Space Station, to 2 world champions in Stellar and Eco, the defending world champions, mind you. Their season has been dismal by their high standards, and we're about to see them bow out at a top 8 position unless they get their act together here.
I mean, it being a Strongholds game, it being European bread and butter, or maybe a little bit of a baguette as well with SLG featuring in this roster. But Luminon Gaming, 173-4. And the fact it's Lattice as well, which I think is just the perfect map for Luminon to try and close this one out. Space Station looking all over the place right now, and you say it best. I mean, we've just seen FaZe have their worst finish ever. Some of the players, the worst finish they've ever had in their history of competitive Halo. And now for Space Station, we're looking at maybe not something quite of that magnitude, but it's definitely up there in terms of upsets as well. And 176-9, I'm struggling to see a way where Space Station get back into this game.
And you're always hesitant, right, when it comes to Strongholds, Dan, that at some point momentum can shift, the wind can change, and Space Station can just as quickly get the same amount of points that Luminon have. 3 dead now for Luminon. An opportunity then for Space Station to find a response, but Glory bounces back, finds a double kill, hits 1 player with an elbow, and all of a sudden they're still scoring. B and C still in control of the Europeans.
And you think of the last few events this season for Luminon as well, they have not reached the heights of their predecessors. The teams that have come before them as the European powerhouse How many times have we seen them this season get to this kind of point where they face a Space Station or a FaZe or an Optic or a Shopify who drop down into the elimination bracket and they fall flat? It does not look like that is going to be the case here. Luminar Gaming are only 40 points away now from progressing into the top 6 and knocking out Space Station Gaming from the Halo World Championship.
They're about to get a triple cap, and Space Station do
Shova.
not seem to have a response
It's
here.
done.
All 4 members trapped inside of blue, and indeed over towards the crystal. A and B now losing control for Luminon. Have they put too many eggs in this basket? Snipe drone will fall. SLG with the sniper rifle forced to back away here and just hold C. But they have got so much time in the bag here that they only need one more successful break here, and they can put SSG to the sword.
This would be the biggest comeback we've ever seen in Halo Infinite at this point, because there's just so much on the line for Space Station. But again, it's so hard to even believe because they've not shown anything in this game so far to suggest they're capable of it. They are showing now moments of promise, but I think you're right. I think it's just too late. Luminon now just need to settle those nerves a little bit, get a couple of kills on the board, which they do, and now they're taking A. Eco's going to be the next target for SLG. Does close out the kill. Space Station, they are fighting tooth and nail to stay in this one, but how long can you hold on to the ledge here?
That was a far bigger trade for Eco than it was for SLG. I'm actually surprised, considering that the Frenchman had the shield advantage, that he offered up that trade. But they will now capture C, and slowly churning out the points, closing the distance, tightening the noose on Space Station Gaming. Are we about to see the final moments of Space Station's World Championship challenge?
And just like with FaZe, it would be a bitter end to the Halo Infinite career that we've seen from these Space Station members. Particularly, of course, Eco and Stella, like you said, reigning world champions. But it's pretty much the season they've had. This team just hasn't really clicked when they've needed to. And it looks like they are about to fall. Luminon now so close.
Dwindling on the edge. You said hands just about there. Well, Space Station Gaming are having their fingers stepped on now. It's Mufasa, it's Scar. Long live the king. They've been kings no longer. Losing C, capturing B. It's complete desperation here for Space Station Gaming, and the Europeans do not care. They're gonna send them packing. Luminon with a clean sweep over SSG.
Luminon Gaming march on to top 6, and Space Station are out at top 8. We have lost FaZe, we have lost Space Station, and suddenly now our eyes start to turn towards this bracket of who is going to take that position, who is going to seize this opportunity at the final Halo Infinite event that we have in the HCS of being able to call yourself a top 4, maybe even a top 3 team with the teams that we've just seen eliminated. What an incredible performance that is from Luminon. I'm gutted that we weren't able to be here for those initial first 2 matches, but I don't think it's going to matter to them boys because it's job done for them.
I am glad we got to catch the end of it. That's how you speak English. Excuse me. Incredible performance from SLG and Glory with 4.4k damage, and try to suppress my putting down damage, as was Stellar. Unfortunately, this is very much the story of SSG's season. Just not good enough, and a late resurgence from Luminon, particularly after their performances at Charlotte. They're now looking a real threat to some of these big teams.
Well, that is another big team eliminated, and that's going to do us on the B stream for now. Of course, we will have more matches for you guys coming up shortly, so go and get yourself a nice little brew. Enjoy yourselves if you're a European fan. Sad news if you are a Space Station fan, unfortunately. But we will see you shortly. Enjoy your break.
capture the flag.
All right, everyone, welcome back to the Halo World Championship 2025. We got a big match for you, an elimination round 2 game between TSM and Envy. I'm Golden Boy. You got Walshy. We're going to yap about some games for a little while. Thank you so much for joining us here. And one day this game will start. I'm here in the move around, shuffle a bit. There we go. All right, Dave. I'm looking forward to seeing what we're going to get out of this. 2 teams with very similar storylines, if you will, not just coming into this event, but also in their season, right? TSM, they're known as a team that will have a massive showing at World Championship. They eliminated FaZe. That continues forward. But they're always been known as like this hot yet inconsistent team, and Envy definitely have been in that situation as well here in Seattle.
Yeah, you talked about they had similar stories kind of throughout the season and maybe coming into this event, but at this event, it couldn't be much different.
Yeah.
You started talking about someone like Envy, who set themselves up in a prime position by winning their pool. However, they fell short to complexity in the upper bracket.
Yeah. It's a really shocking result, too, because I really did feel like Envy coming into today were going to give us, a little bit something else, a little bit more. But instead, it ended up being Complexity's day here. But we saw how that played out with Shopify Rebellion. Just an absolutely dominating performance there from them. But now on the other side, TSM, they've been down in this lower bracket. They must be feeling pretty good about themselves right now, considering that they just eliminated FaZe Clan, who was predicted. I mean, I had them in my top 2 in the close out this tournament, Dave. It just shows how crazy the competition has been here in Seattle.
Yeah, I mean, this is a scary roster to potentially allow to get on a hot streak.
Yeah.
To just start this lower bracket run and just take out team after team after monster team. I mean, like you said, taking out FaZe for their very first round, you almost have to look at Envy as arguably equal, if not maybe, around an equal level team, if not worse in many cases when it comes to consistency.
Yeah, potentially here, but now it's going to be TSM's time here to pull this flag across to get past the 50-yard line. You got 3 players down. Shots starting to come through for Manny. He might not be able to clear this. Never mind. I should eat my words because he's got Druck with the slaves, and that's going to be cap number 1 for TSM as they start things off strong, just like they close things out against FaZe Clan in that last match they played.
One thing I had questions before on this TSM roster was like, how is this objective being picked up and who is doing it consistently? I feel like Manny has really stepped up and taken the reins on that in many cases. I see him starting so many of these flag runs, so many of these plays, and really putting this objective pressure on these other teams. TSM undoubtedly has the slave power and aggression, but somehow stopped at the 1-yard line. Can Soul Snipe finish this flag off? He does.
All right, there is going to be some pressure coming in from the cave side here. Precision's going to be one shot. He also sees Yaxon as well. Gets the kill with that nade shot onto Yaxon. Now looking for another one here, but it's actually going to be his teammate for the pickup on that one. Well played, sir. Now he's going to continue to march on forward to the top of the catwalk. Flag attempt being brought out to the window here. Good timing on that one. If the nade didn't stick, it'll catch him because he did not see it where it landed. And this 2-0 start for TSM, apologies, such a strong way for this team, especially after what they just did against FaZe Clan.
Yeah, this level of confidence players have in sticks nowadays just kind of, boils my blood, makes me a little angry, grinds my gears. Back in the day, we used to use stickies out of desperation or
the game's evolved, Dave.
The game's gotten different now. I don't like change.
The game's changed, old man. All right, you just got to live with it. All right, there is an attempted flag pull now starting to come through here. Druck putting a lot of shots. He's having one hell of an event, by the way. Every time I've seen that dude on screen, he has been on fire. And they're going to stop that flag pull here. And it feels like Envy, they're kind of just scrapping by to get these pulls. And they're not really doing it with any kind of map control. You saw 2 players make that pull together, but there was really no one else around there to support outside of that one person who came in last minute.
And to be fair, it feels like there's a lot of kind of panic and charge throughout these flags as if it's like the last couple minutes of the game.
Yeah.
There's plenty of time on the clock with how fast these teams play, how fast those 2 caps went in favor of TSM. Envy, they can sometimes take a breath, take a beat, go for a round of slays, get some control, maybe say, hey, we'll make this push when we have this next rock or this next night.
I do like how Manny's playing this slowly. He knows that there are going to be players creeping by the base. He's hearing all these footsteps around him. And he does identify one. That's Piggy. Clean shot for him. Maybe another 2 down low. He's got the ammo to do it there, but instead he's going to bust out the Bandit Evo and now try and see if he can finish up a remainder of those kills. And they're coming in here. The spawns are going to be happening over toward the cave side now. They're going to need to be mindful of this one, Manny, which is why he's slowing things down. He has the perfect gun to deal with these players. And you know that Envy do not want to have to deal with that snipe, because that's exactly what is going to happen.
And even when Manny has snipe, what is he doing? Being aggressive on the objective. Once again, I talked about how Manny has really stepped up here for TSM and helping them be this objective force to be reckoned with. And because of it, this third flag is on its way back, and I don't think anyone from Envy can stop it.
Nope, no one's in the vicinity. That's going to do it. 3-0, as clean as possible for TSM. Taulik, one hell of a game from that guy, dropping 16 to close out that map. Envy really just reeling, honestly, not sure where they can regroup, but they have no other choice now. You march over to the Slayer, and if anything, this might actually work out a little bit better for Envy, given how they've been, approaching some of these maps and modes.
Yeah, well, both these teams, tournament life at stake. TSM putting a stamp on that first game, looking really strong in this series. We're going to have to see what Envy can do to bring this one back. Golden Boy and Walshy signing off. We'll be back in just a minute.
Slayer.
All right, everyone, we are back, ready for map number 2. TSM versus Envy. And we'll get that changed on the top of the scoreboard there. But TSM up 1-0 in this series with a very strong Origin CTF start. And now we set our sights here to Aquarius Slayer Walshy. And this is where you're going to have to see Envy wake up if they want a chance in this series.
And luckily, like you said, it's a Slayer. This is going to be a spot where Envy, they're going to be able to play their lives a little bit more, maybe slow it down a little bit more without that same objective pressure and the likes of Manny. But tough to slow it down against a squad like TSM. You don't make them too much, don't make too many more teams more aggressive than a squad like TSM when they are moving.
And that's what I was saying earlier about how, this TSM squad, right, and Envy, they are a little similar in the stories, what they've accomplished, how they've gotten to these points, right? Like, it is quite fascinating because these are essentially two teams that are like the next generation of Halo, right? Like, these guys, like all 8 of these players, of course, if they continue to stick with it, as we learned from the esports announcement, plenty more to come for Halo Esports, but, they have what it takes to, climb up to that ladder, like punch through that glass ceiling. And Manny, he's done it many times in the past as well, so he could very well be looking to do that here with TSM. And Envy need to shut down guys like Manny, because otherwise they will run roughshod all over you.
That's such an interesting or great flank by Manny, but also just a little bit of confusing collapse there from Envy to not have a single person stay towards top pink or top car or top somewhere. Like that, I believe the last player was Descendant, flew out from top center over into the courtyard. And I can understand if you didn't have the numbers there and you need somebody else to help finish up the kill, but when you have the numbers there, you need somebody doing cleanup duty and somebody doing holding up a power position up high.
Could have been a lack of information potentially, like that, like a lack of
even with no
confidence in that
information,
moment.
it's like, all right, I'm going to stay up high then.
Yeah, right. I guess so, right?
Lack of information or information. Anywhere on that
Yeah.
spectrum, you are staying up high.
And you did see, too, in that moment, I don't know who it was. I forgot. I think it was Precision or Descendant. They were trying to make that jump happen to mid, and, you know, they were not able to do so, right? So they had to kind of rethink what that game plan was. That being said, though, right, you got 3 kills that are going to be the difference here between Envy and TSM. Here comes Precision now. TSM going to be a little bit on the back foot now. Soul Snipe is going to try and shut down that run that we were seeing Precision start to go in here. Descendant on the run. He finds Taulik, and he's going to find his mark. That's going to extend his lead by 5. And Envy now starting to find that confidence here. Let's see how they work around it.
Yeah, that's a huge, huge comeback, especially when TSM had that lead off the rip. So Envy looking so much more comfortable here in this Slayer, and especially in the forms of something like Precision going 6-3.
Yeah, and I think for TSM, they need to slow it down because the camo is out, and they have to find him, and they did. Even though they're going to get that trade there, job done. The camo is eliminated, is no longer involved. What a nade from Manny just to predict where that player was going to land. Brilliant job. Follows it up with another one. My guy is on fire. And he finally is going to get stopped, but it's a 6-kill lead here for Envy. It continues to be added on, and they're keeping their distance.
Yeah, doing a great job at least trading out these kills when things go awry. But in the end, Envy just seemingly outplayed a bit. But here's going to be an opening. Descendant, first picked off near the bridge. All these members over on the yellow flag. How is Soul Snipe going to react? I like this route.
Yeah.
Look at this. Yax and Precision just both predicting that stairs. And Soul Snipe perfectly reads it, gets the triple kill, all by the perfect movement and reticle placement.
That was a thing of freaking beauty that we just saw from Soul Snipe. Unreal stuff, man. The movement was crisp, but also just to win out that fight over on the red steps was just, or the yellow steps rather, was just really something else. So well done by him. He could very well keep this one going if he didn't get picked. But oh, way to go there by Piggy and Yaxon. Yaxon was in a little bit of a world of hurt there. The backup came in hot. And now this game is very much close, Dave.
Yeah, got much closer there after that series of events, but despite the incredible play there by Soul Snipe, who's leading his team with 9 kills, Envy still able to hold on this lead, still able to claw back even when something goes wrong like that for them.
But the thing is, though, with this lead, right, like it could fade away very quickly. We saw how that lead got shrunken super fast, and now granted, to your point, Envy, they do a great job of ensuring that they don't let this game get out of hand. I was actually asking earlier, how does TSM regroup? It's nice to see Envy regroup in these Slayers like this. And yeah, they do have the cushion, which kind of gives them a little bit more confidence to make these pushes a reality, but it's still great to see Envy regroup in those pivotal moments.
Just like that, you talk about TSM possibly bring this back. Well, it's tougher and tougher. I mean, Envy not slowing down, hitting so many shots, getting all the right trades, all the damage, and they now find themselves with an 11-kill lead. This one's looking more and more out of reach for TSM.
Yeah, the guy on your screen, Taulik, he had a great map 1, Dave, but right now it seems to just be on ice with the way that this map is played out. And that's actually Druck, too. Both of the guys who were kind of the standouts in that first map, struggling to be able to get anything going. And it also doesn't help, too, when pretty much Envy have just been in full control of the power items and just living up top of the map over and over and over again. He doesn't chase after anything, too, which is quite nice.
Love that play by Descendant. It's a tough balance of knowing when you go for the back smack and when you need to start shooting, and he found that perfect balance. He was going to close that and get the back smack as soon as that player, Taulik, I believe, jumped over towards something and said, all right, let's just put some shots in, close this out, help my teammate.
TSM cannot give up any trade, so this is going to be territory here. We talk about it all the time where for Envy, they're going to force that. For TSM, they need to avoid it. And it's a lot easier to force it than it is to avoid it, especially with the way that these Envy players like to lurk around these angles and these corners and catch you off guard. Kind of like what we're seeing right here, right? Boom, you're going to get one. That's great for them, right? Exactly what they need. They keep that kill differential between 10 or 9 and just continue to add on to it here, Walsh.
Yeah, and what we're going to see at TSM here is they have to go on some ridiculous run, but it's going to be tough. One way to make that happen, though, is to get all of Envy stuck on one side of the map.
Yeah.
So all these members stuck in blue base. I like this play by Manny. Manny kind of anchored, just holding down Util, but meets the grenade from Precision, and despite playing what I thought was the correct decision and holding a great spot, gets shut down by great execution from Precision.
Good grenade, right? And also, too, got to give shout out, I think it was Yaxon or Piggy that were taking the shots there. They had made that call out. They knew, hey, we got to clear this guy from Util. Could very well be a problem on the flank. And they predicted that one quite nicely. Now this is going to continue to add on to this lead here for Envy. Should be able to lock this one up, tie the series up 1-1. Gets a lot harder here as time continues forward here for TSM. They keep on losing those key players in those big fight moments and never really able to get a full team fight going, just an opportunity to be able to work together to try to see if they could get a 4 down or something like that. Not going to happen. Envy, more than okay, trading out those kills left and right. This should be over in a heartbeat.
Yeah, Envy just needs to trade out a couple kills here. There's really no way that TSM can bring this one back if as long as Envy just don't fully throw.
Yeah, pretty much.
But we're going to see there's going to be the 49th. Piggy on the hunt down
There's
low.
goes the trades.
Finds
That's
the
it.
one shot with Descendant. That's going to be a 50-39 victory. Much needed for Envy to tie the series up and keep their tournament life in a healthier position.
Yeah, you were seeing some good output there from Envy. Obviously, Precision as well as Descendant, which you had noted before, but you do got to give some love as well to Piggy as well as Yaxon, because those guys were, especially Yaxon, really putting in a lot of shots there to keep his damage on pace with Precision and Descendant, and then Piggy just cleaning up a lot of those kills when it was necessary. But overall, I mean, you're seeing a Envy squad that definitely regrouped the way you'd want them to regroup. Now the question is, can they build off of this? Can they get ready for that map 3 in time and feel confident enough? Because going back to that objective, Dave, I feel like TSM, whew, man, that's a tough team.
TSM roster, you can never count them out. And I mean, they were looking so strong going the series, but we got ourselves a tie series 1-1. We'll be back in just a minute to see game number 3.
Strongholds.
All right, everyone, we are back. Map 3. We got Strongholds, Lattice, Golden Boy, and Walshy on the horn, and it's tied up 1-1 after we saw Envy just really put TSM to the task in Map 2, but TSM did the same to them in Map 1. So it seems like there's just been a seesaw, back and forth we go. Where do we stop? Nobody knows. Let's do this.
Yeah, we're going to see who gets a good start on this one.
Yeah, the starts have been quite important for a lot of these teams, especially TSM and Envy. They really build off of that momentum so much. Druck and Towlek, 2 players that had a little bit of a slow game into Slayer, but were absolutely shining in the objective. Might actually be the case here again, potentially. But Envy, on the other hand, they have other plans. They managed to get this trip cap early on. Want to talk about strong starts here, Dave. It doesn't get any better than this.
No, really, really good there. And Precision also getting to control this QT, which can be so devastating. I mean, I think QT on this map is the strongest out of any of the maps.
Yeah.
I mean, it starts in a prominent enough position. And be able to go back and forth here on Lattice all the way across the map. Getting that backstack out of Manny, who thought he went bomb center. Huge play.
Yeah, Manny was not ready for that one at all. Towlek has an opportunity, though, to take this sniper out of the hands of Descendant, but he does not. The body shot's too good, too clean. He had the shots that he needed to close that one out. Looking for another one here as well. And Envy, they're hitting, man. They're finding their shots, doing exactly what they needed to do. Felt like they just shook off everything that happened in that first game. And they're just looking like a completely different squad here.
Yeah, just a strong trip cap going for so long. A couple people over at the block. Does not hit him at the crates. What are TSM going to do to break out of this? Do they decide to push over to red to get the sniper on the hands, or they tried to just stick B? And it looks like they decided to stick B. This can be risky. As you can see, 2 players get picked off, and even though they flipped B, in the end they lost all their lives. This could be another trip cap.
Yeah, another trip cap. Those spawners are going to be happening toward the blue side of the map here. You can see Precision there already. You can see where the positioning is for his teammates now. And Descendant, 2 shots left, but honestly, job done, man. He's done everything he possibly could here. They lose C because the spawn's starting to come through for TSM on the opposite side, but it's okay.
To give up C.
I mean, at this point, with the way that they're going, oh my God, what a triple kill from Descendant. But it's still leading to TSM flipping A. Might be able to do it here, and they do, but oh man. Descendant hitting some nasty shots here. Let's see if he can build off of that off this next respawn.
One of the most disgusting 180 no-scopes I've seen in some time, GB. That was unreal.
Yeah, that was
He had
filthy.
no time to pull that off and just perfectly lines it up.
Yeah, everything that you need to go right went right in that moment in time. Now, though, TSM, despite those great plays from Envy, they're trying to get themselves back into this one. And it's been a trying task for them here, Dave. They have not been able to get bodies into any of these strongholds, and the score just keeps on adding on, 99 points. But finally, we're starting to see TSM put at least someone onto C, but they need to stop this B from being flipped here, and it is not happening. They got everything they want now.
I like this
Okay,
play, though.
they'll get A.
I like this play by TSM. They made the mistake last time of just trying to hop into B and force that one.
Yeah.
In many of those cases, you almost just want to just go towards the A or the C. Or you just need to make sure you have the kills across the map.
Yeah, true
You
that.
have to have kills across the map until you get B. And here we go. Now we're seeing TSM grab this. He doesn't know where the spawns are at, though.
Yeah, a little
Uncertain if they're spawning at blue or across the map. It kind of feels like
the indecision.
does positions everywhere.
A little bit of indecision there that you're seeing. 2 players down on each side, though. Soul Snipe needing to get out of this one, but Towlek's there to pick up the kill that Soul Snipe started on that fight. Another trip cap for Envy, or sorry, a trip cap for Envy. The first one, as a matter of fact. I would say the first clean trip cap that they got was able to bring them at least to 50. And, you know, in a game of strongholds, right, like, these things can shift very quickly. So you always want to be mindful of that.
Yeah, considering how little of the time TSM has had control compared to Envy, for them to close that gap this quickly and have 60 points on the board, it's looking fine for them.
Yeah. Just what the doctor ordered for that trick cap. But just as I say that, though, could end up seeing the same thing happen for Envy. Big fight for Precision. He needed that win, and that's going to start that trip cap. Now the push starts to come in here over toward the red side. They found one with Towlek. They can't get the second one. He had to run away from it because he knew that the pressure was starting to come through. And as that was happening, you had a couple of players from TSM start to march their way over toward A. But they're not going to help all that much, though, and we're seeing Descendant have an absolute Great game right now, dropping 12, precision as well. This is exactly how Envy wants this one to go.
Also, interesting read there by Precision, not to just have his foot in the seed to reset it. Instead, trying to give that quicker help to his teammates in the center of the map. Shows how much they prioritize optimization, how much they prioritize getting help a half a second faster.
Yeah, it's a great trait for this team to have. You know, a young squad who's learned so much in their time in the HCS and have only gotten better as time has gone on, and we've seen just the scale and level of competition here in Seattle. Cloud9 currently up 1-0 against Optic Gaming. Kind of gives you an idea of just how hectic things have been out here in the West. But for Envy, though, they're feeling pretty okay. Even though you had a great comeback from TSM to try and bring this one within a closer margin, Envy just continued to add on to their success here. Just look at the use of the QT, man, just dancing around them.
So like I said, it's so dangerous on this map with how much ground you can cover. Just like that. I love the fact that he's just going in some of these cases, partially blind. Like, I feel like there's a lot of times people QT out and aren't going back and forth as much as they can or they should. And right there, just optimal use, in my opinion, of the QT by Precision.
And this could very well be another trip cap here. I mean, you're looking at some bodies toward B. One player is probably going to challenge toward C, but man, this is crazy, Dave.
And also just so fast, trying to get back in the action. Realized his teammate was finishing up C, and he just sprints all the way towards top tower to help get some calls. Every single time someone's being called out, Precision is heading that direction.
Wild stuff here from Envy. They continue to add on to their total. C is starting to get flipped over, but they already have added so much to their total.
And that was interesting by Precision, not popping that QT right away. Maybe didn't want the noise to be heard by somebody on the other side of Red Room. And instead, wait till his position is revealed by fighting someone bomb tower, and now his terror begins. Gonna QT back and forth and back and forth. There we go, look at that.
Gets himself 2 kills with that QT. I'd say that was a power item well spent because that got them the win. And Envy will go up 2-0. Or sorry, 2-1, apologies, in this series. Off of some incredible plays from Descendant and Precision. Envy have woken up.
That was domination, plain and simple. I mean,
it's like it's literally what TSM did to them on Origin CTF, except it was now in reverse.
And just some of the plays that we saw, especially that sniping spree out of Descendant and that triple kill, disgusting. The individual pressure that you saw from Precision just sprinting across the map, and just such a strong team effort. You look at those kills across the board. 16, 15, 15, 13. Everyone doing those parts, even though we mainly saw that from the POV of Descendant and Precision.
Yeah, and that was a fun POV to watch. Those guys put on one hell of a show. We're now marching forward to map 4. We're going to be taking a trip. I believe we have some King of the Hill on recharge. So we'll be right back with map 4.
King of the Hill.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Halo World Championship 2025, an elimination round 2 matchup here on the Bravo broadcast between Envy and TSM. And Envy up 2-1 after an incredible Strongholds game on Lattice. Now we set our sights to another, domination-esque type mode in King of the Hill here. And we'll see whether or not the success of Envy can continue here, or does TSM finally stop the train that has been just honestly barreling through the station with the way that map 2 and 3 went.
And although they didn't get the camo off the rip, TSM just having some great grenades over towards bottom of double crates and getting, I believe, the pick on that camo. Camo being picked off. Manny doing great flank towards C and long. And TSM in a great spot for this first hill.
Yeah, strong start for them. Opposite of what happened in those last few maps there, where Envy were more on the receiving end of the success there for those opening strats. Soul Snipe identifies one. He knows that there's going to be a little bit of pressure potentially coming in from that elevator side, which is why he's just trying to be ahead of it here. And you can also see where the rest of the players from Envy are going to be posted up here. Great spots, one on glass, one player by Whirl, one player over toward elevator, and no one's really been able to take out Piggy quite yet. They got to handle this here. They need to fly at this guy, or else this could be a cap for Envy.
And Soul Snipe trying to close this gap, but he's been kind of relatively out of this fight. Obviously not getting the finish with those nades, and has to run all the way over from Angler just to get into the B stronghold, and the damage has been done.
Well, they do manage to, at the very least, put a body up here, and that was not a headshot, but a shot good enough for Soul Snipe to get the kill there. It's close to being contested. You got to play some damn good Halo to get this first point on the board if you're TSM. We saw Envy having to slow things, or rather TSM having to slow things down on their push, waiting for the numbers to come up. Might be doing the same thing here, as Yaxon is going to be the first one to kind of enter into the fight now. And you also have Piggy coming around the prowl, but Soul Snipe's more worried about Piggy. He finds one, his teammates got the second. No one's able to stop him, and just like, never mind, wait, 2 Mario stomps coming out of nowhere, and that's going to be Towlick getting that first point. I don't think that player was expecting that one.
Absolutely not, and somehow TSM making this tougher on themselves than it needs to be, but pulling out in the end.
Yeah, I guess so. It's, there was a clear plan there from them, and it worked out. That could have been very dicey. One shot left. It's going to be good enough for Towlick. He gets a kill onto Piggy, and this continues to look good for TSM now. Descendant, he had a great game to kick things off, but it's tough when you're 4 down in this situation. Camo's coming up as well. Manny has eyes on it, and he also has that shroud screen to go after that camo when he needs it. And he knows that the pressure's starting to come in here. That's why he backed up a little bit in a more defensive position, and that's going to allow Envy now to get this camo.
Yeah, Envy's got the camo, but they have to get another round of slays if they want to close this gap on how much time TSM has put on hill number 2. I don't hate this play where they have 2 people in the hill, but TSM know they can take their time, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them going over towards long haul, going over towards control, and not forcing a fight in bottom center.
Is this the best place for the camo to be right now, though? No. Nope, it was not. I mean, he sent those grenades early on to try and see if he could catch a few of them off guard when they bounced down, but nope, not going to be the case here. Would have liked to see him get a little bit more active with that camo, but just as I say that, though, seems like there could be an opportunity now for Yaxon and company to get that score. Descendant's going to be going in here. Could be tying this one up 1-1. Someone's got to get inside, but it ain't going to happen. TSM at 4 down, and that's now going to be tying things up 1-1. Great example of how this series has been going. Both of these teams leaving it all out there, and you got to. This is the last HCS event of the year, the Halo World Championship. A trophy's on the line. This is what it's all about.
And I don't think we're going to time anytime soon on this one, GB, with how fast these teams are playing. This Needler Hill generally slows down a bit, but not in the case of Envy. Envy trying to put the pressure back on and say, hey, we can get a new hill here. We can get the lead after that first one was stolen from us at batteries.
Now, they did get comms that someone was going to be coming in from the low side, which is why they were waiting for it. But an even better push and collapse from Envy are going to force those 2 players off of gold, keep this run going toward Whirlpool. You said things, kind of slowed down a little bit here, but Dave, it feels like Envy just have so much control.
Yeah, Envy just completely dominating this one. They're holding all the right spots. They have control at pipes. They have control at elevator. So there's no real easy way for someone to break in towards this hill. In fact, they have to just run across the bridge. And here we go. Talik, the second one running through. But he doesn't know which way to look.
Yeah, he knows that players are going to be behind because he just saw his teammate die. They didn't know if there could potentially have been 2 players over there, but they did see the 3 here. So that kind of gives them a little bit more comfort to take these fights. And he'll go down. So Now we got Druck, who needs to just get real speedy inside of this gold area. He's got to squeak on out of there, and he does so. They know exactly where he is. He won't be long for this world. Good reaction there from Envy. And I would say Druck did, I think, the right thing, but that nade just started him off on a bad foot for that fight. He was going to be fighting 2 players there. Didn't feel like there was much of an angle for him to be able to work with.
Let's see how TSM decide to fight this last
That's
one.
2.
You start to wonder, is it worth fighting at this hill, or do they just need to step to the next one? Looks like they do a bit from column A, a bit from column B, as they had Soul Snipe set up over the C plat as they tried to pick off somebody on the knee. And Insta's coming in off of a frag.
I've seen a couple of those today. You know, off the frag, not that
it,
often.
It almost felt intentional. I'm not going to lie. It felt
Yeah.
like that nade going through, that person who threw the second plasma, like, almost timed that perfectly.
Oh, yeah, yeah. There was definite intent there. Now, as far
It's
as...
not the way God intended for instance to be done. When I first started popularizing and inventing these in 08/09, they were meant to be done with 2 plasminades.
This guy over here always wants to talk about the black and white days. You know, back when you guys were listening to the old-timey music and juking and jiving, you know. Oh, man. Hey, but look at this here. You got a little bit more of a contested hill over here toward this plat. And they know that this is going to be a tough one. Both teams here jockeying for this position, but it is going to be Envy. Watch out for that player on the jump up. I don't think Talik's ready for it. Nope, he is not. He was just none the wiser to Yaxon's positioning. And this is going to get Envy past that 50% marker there. Whether or not they're going to be able to close this one out, go up 3-1. But I think you're right, Dave. There's no way this is going to time the way these guys are playing.
No, I mean, I like this play by precision. It's tempting just to try to scrap with the last little bit of time, but also so safe just to wait for shields, wait for the time, wait for the right time as they get 3 down. So not only do they get the hill, but they have control going this next bomb mill hill. And precision wastes no time to scrap up the first 10% of the hill.
Yeah, just great reactions from Envy. Good reads. TSM now need to try and stop this because he's gaining so much progress with this hill. They see where he is. They know that they just need to get the bodies into position. Precision was anticipating someone pushing up from the Mangler, but that did not happen. Instead, they wrap around to Control and Gold just to try and create more presence and force fights and really just collapse on them.
Yeah, I
This
mean,
is
they
an
did a great
opportunity for
job.
TSM.
I feel like you have to take those extra steps and get some positions and power positions across the map. But you got to wonder at some point, it's like, all right, who's going to take on this challenge? Who's going to get this guy on the hill? Are we going to give them really half of it right now?
Yeah, and thankfully they got close to half, but they're able to catch up a little bit more here. Now it's going to be on Druck to see if he can make this stop happen. Definitely has to take out this camo player, which he does so. He gets the medal for the Sneak King, removes the camo from play, but this is still Envy. Very close to winning this one out. Remember, they're up 2-1. They win this. That's it. It's over. TSM's tournament run. The team that eliminated FaZe Clan from the tournament could very well be going home here in elimination round 2. Is anyone going to be there to stop them? Druck gets in there, but no one's there. And instead, it's Envy who gets the 4-1 victory, 3-1 in the series, eliminating TSM and moving forward. The boys in blue march on.
Up is down, left is right. The teams that were playing colder earlier today are playing hot, and the teams that are playing hot not rising to the challenge, playing a little cold. Envy, dominating fashion, take that series 3-1, continue the tournament life. I believe they're now top 6 and gunning for further.
And that is a heartbreaker for TSM, a team, you know, when they were Native Red back then, who had an incredible run right here in Seattle to get top 3. Not going to be the case this time around, but damn, what a run TSM had. Have to be proud of themselves at the very least for, you know, like taking out the likes of FaZe Clan, but you know they would have liked, especially after that win, to push forward here. But today, the day belongs to Envy. They move on, and that's going to do it for me and Dave here on stage. The next time you see us, we're going to be duking it out in the big team battle bonanza. We'll see you guys then. Take care.
king of the hill. Hill incoming. Hill ready. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy about to score. Enemy team score. Hill incoming. Hill ready. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy about to score. Enemy team score. Hill incoming. Hill. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy about to score. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team scored. Hill incoming. Hill ready. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill. Score. Enemy team scored. Hill incoming. Hill ready. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill. Slayer. Enemy halfway to victory. ball.
What up, everybody? Hope you're happy to hear us. Luminon Gaming versus Complexity, tied up at 1-1 here on the B stream. The Europeans finally finding a bit of form. We had a little chat with SLG before after the SSG series. It was quite entertaining, to say the least, as it always is with SLG. My question to him, or statement, was, good to see you win a series, which he then threatened to fight me, Andy.
Yeah, how do you say it?
You want to fight me?
Yeah, exactly. And then I said, dude, I didn't catch your SSG series. How was it? And he looks at me and he pauses and he goes, EC? And then I saw the series layout and I go, oh, that's what you meant. And they did dominate indeed. However, they have a new opponent, a new foe in the form of something quite complex. Complexity Gaming here, now ready to rock. However, it's going to be an early hold for Glory and Luminon Gaming.
Glory with the sniper in his hands. Could be a little bit of oddballs this game 3. An interesting one between the two. No surprise to see Complexity taking that game number 2 Slayer. The Slayer record has always been pretty good. Any team with Ryan Noob on it just generally seems to have a very good read of how to play these Slayer game types. And Mental is going to be able to pick up this camo as ball time early on. Is going to be picked up here by Complexity. Sniping his hands as well, and a bullet in the belly of the man called Snipe Drawing.
Like this movement here. Gets away from the C-pillars because knows that the nades can come in. Not only thick and fast, but also bouncy. So instead stays alive and hits that shot.
Yeah, that one
Oh my,
3 bodies.
not missing.
3 bodies. Oh, sorry to say 2 bodies. Although the head is part of the body, I will.
It's true, actually.
I'm not
to say. But I understand the differentiation that you were going for, and I think even our most casual viewer would also.
Ball out of bounds.
That wasn't derogatory, by the way. That was simply descriptive.
4 dead here for Complexity. As Glory will pick up the bandit. I'm trying really hard to keep my composure. Much like SLG did earlier. He really was fired up. Especially when I highlighted that they didn't win the series back.
True.
I thought my points were valid. I was trying to get him fired up.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I think they're playing pretty well off the back of it now.
I think you're a fantastic commentator.
I feel like I should be part of the prize pool split. Should they get it even this tournament?
Speaking of prize pool splits, by the way, we are into the, you ever get down with the thickness? Well, we are in the thick of this tournament, let me tell you. Because on the main stage, for example, the Game 5 that you and I just casted, just a casual $70,000 difference in prize money if you win that Game 5. So now that we're at the World Championship, these series are going to matter a whole lot. You have prize money, prestige, and legacy on the line now that we're into the depths of Sunday. Nice little trade comes in from Glory. 3 dead, though. Wootum, the last player alive for the minute.
Yeah, that's a fleet of Priuses, Toyota Priuses. The difference between these series at the moment. That's where I'd spend my money. Mental.
A fleet of them.
Yeah, exactly.
What kind of business are you running with a fleet?
Don't ask some questions.
Okay.
Just accept what I'm saying.
That's kind of sus.
Good shots. Onto Snipe Drone to take him down on the top of the tower. There's a couple of camos that have gone the way of Complexity. The score is essentially tied up at this point, though, as Complexity will pick up 3 members of Luminon Gaming and keep scoring. And their sniper rifle will be grabbed here gleefully, I would imagine, by Mental.
Oh my! By the way,
Dariad surprise.
oh god, I wanted to hit it. By the way, I did not know you were into hybrids. We'll talk more about that later here. 49 points and rising for the side of Complexity. Now it's going to be Glory, though. Make sure that the ball plays, and he wants that sniper rifle as well.
I'm just prepared for when AI overlords take over the world, that my cars are able to adapt. Don't know what I'm saying anymore. 51 points on the board. It's been a long day.
What I love is that it kind of almost made sense.
It didn't, though, did it?
If you squint in your brain, you're like, oh yeah, I guess that could track. It's a bunch of buzzwords. AI EV.
Powered by crypto.
Yeah. It's a blockchain vehicle.
It's basically what I'm saying is it's all in the cloud, this idea. 51 points on the board, still for Complexity. 3 dead, though, as Glory will have this sniper rifle in his hands, and we're seeing the ball now transfer over into the hands of Luminon Gaming. Nice little body shot coming in from Glory. Will force that last player back and be cleaned up by Wootum.
By the way, 4 years later, and it's still not the easiest jump in competitive Halo. The C-plat jump up still tricking even some of the most experienced players.
I still haven't hit it once.
No, I really don't think I have. I had 4 years to hit that jump, and I Instead, just
The
took
jump
the
still doesn't exist to me. I still just slowly walk around back tower.
best is you almost have to like check if anyone has you on death cam, because then you definitely can't try it.
Yeah.
4 dead, by the way, here for Luminon.
Stand on the little pillow and think and wait.
Yeah. I'll wait for you guys to spawn. Team just getting unlimited time. I'm trying to hit god nades from mud. They're not hitting at all.
I'm just throwing them off the map at the Pelican flying past. 73 points to the board and rising here for Complexity. We're getting into the stage now where Luminon are struggling to get this ball out of the hands of their opponents, and this is looking like a round one that could be put on the board pretty soon if Complexity don't get their get themselves moving here. Ryan still with that ball in his hands. Camo in the hands of Cherished. I think this one might be going the way of Complexity, especially with only SLG alive.
I thought you were about to say a swear, but very good.
I can say a swear.
Discipline and composure. 97 on the board.
What are they going to do? It's the last event of the year.
Well, you just heard there's going to be events next year. Be right back.
With more swears.
And we're back.
Here we go then, round number 2. Complexity getting that first one on the board. Luminon being outslayed very heavily in that game. You're looking at the likes of the main slayers on the Luminon side. Usually the numbers guys, Wootum and Snipe Drone, 5 and 11 respectively for both of those players. You're going to have to certainly bump those numbers up if they want to have a little opportunity here. Glory with a nice little body shot. The Irishman finding the kill onto Mental as well as he takes to the skies using that repulse that he found on his merry little journey at the start of this game.
Holds on to the side of the tower there, just really trying to claw his way up, as you can see, in the end, and does not live to tell the tale. So that ball will be carried back, and it's some early time from Luminon. Oh, that snipe's not hitting from Glory, though, and Cherish somehow gets away without even taking any damage. He might get a sneaky play ball. Thoughts? Yep.
Yeah, I think he's going to go for it.
Oh, that's
Ball
cheap.
off of the map. Cherish also gets the kill onto Snipe Drone. I didn't mind that decision actually from... Ooh, I was going to say Luminon to try and bait him into that position to then get the kill, but the play ball comes in. The camo will be taken down thanks to the quick shot beat down coming in from Mental with the sniper rifle. Only 1 bullet to work with here, but Complexity again have their hands on the ball. But 2 dead means it's going to be a little bit shaky for them, and Mental's going to have to pick up some big kills here.
Last player alive, and he is not going to get away with this one, even though, but almost
You were right.
did.
You were right.
Still predicted it correctly. I'm happy with that one, but it got a little dicey, and in the end, that will be Luminon continuing to score and now pulling away just a bit here, 20-14.
Complexity got 4 back on the map. Wootum is playing the nest. Glory's going to rotate this ball towards Wootum's position. 3 dead here for Complexity. Last player alive is going to be Cherished. It's a 1v1. And it will be won by Cherished, but I don't think Ryan is in a position close enough to stop more ball time being grabbed. The most simple jump in Halo is hit by SLG with the ball in his hands, and Luminon will continue to score.
SLG might have the most times attempted and executed on that jump. If you think about that man's hours in the game.
We'll speak to Easy Mac, stats guy, see if he
He'll
can get us
know.
that info.
We need XYZ coordinates, heat maps, GPS tracking data.
And a French translation.
That too.
Camo coming up here. Good time on the board here for Luminon. 52 points already secured. His Glory is having a really, really strong round here and a really strong game. 17 and 10 at the moment for him as Complexity will find themselves 2 dead once more. Ball time continuing to be grabbed. As Glory will pick up yet another kill. It's a killing spree for the Irishman, and Jersey somewhere. He's had his hairs stand up on end, and that man's got a lot of them.
I'm sure he's on main stage, I think. Wonder how he's doing.
I think he's okay.
Last we heard.
It's always good to check on him, though. Keep him in sight.
Enemy has the ball.
Finding Complexity will be able to pick this ball up for the first time. It really feels like in this round with a couple of kills going their way. Mental is hard scoping onto the camo platform to try and find the kill onto Wootum. Wootum not giving him anything. Glory with another kill, by the way. 19 and 11 now for him. On the other side, it's going to be Mental who's leading the way for Complexity. But you can see how the slaves have changed now. Think about Wootum's stats in that first round. Think about Snipe Drone's stats in that first round. Well, Wootum's now up to 12 and 14 across the two, 13 and 14. Snipe Drone still struggling a little bit, but he has the most ball time. So therefore, he has an excuse, Andy.
He does, and also, I mean, look at Glory's numbers, right? Are now 21 on the board, but even with that, unable to get that first round, and some very good progress here in the second round, but the job is very far from done, and you feel like Complexity's a hold or two only away from getting right back, not only in the game, but back in the lead.
Especially with the conviction that they had in their hold in that first round as well. SLG with a nice clean up on the initial shot. Can't quite connect with the second. The slide out is going to come from Cherish, but he'll be dealt with as well. is last alive. SLG has got to have his head on a swivel here. A lot of pressure coming in from Complexity very soon. QT about to pop as well, as you can see in the background. SLG goes for the quick scope, doesn't quite connect. Beat down or do for the damage, but it's not the kill he was looking for there.
Yeah, I think a lot of confidence there from SLG, but doesn't connect on the ones needed to. This is dangerous and gave away his position. With the Glory? It's a savior?
That is great teamwork.
Protector? Guardian Angel?
Glory actually said to Snipe Drone, drop a plasma grenade here. I'm going to bank a grenade off of it and get the double kill.
He then said, got you, bro.
Got you, bro.
Ball played. 73 on the board, so a nice stretch of play. To be honest, I mean, that double kill saved a lot of what could have been a pretty heartbreaking set of time for the side of Complexity, and just like that, we're still here with a sizable lead for Luminon.
Really important battle to win here for SLG, and win it he does. 3 dead for Complexity, an opportunity here maybe to close this round out for Luminon as they have the ball straight in their hands. Last player alive is going to be on the key door. That's another 4 dead situation. And with Camo coming up, SLG's trying to pressure, trying to find those spawns as Rutum spins around like only he can with the odd ball in his hands.
See what he might be able to do.
Gotta
And
get some
Camo,
space
that's
there.
what I want to know. And here we go. I think also, as you said, SLG opening. He is going to slow play this. How does Snipedro do this? Oh, man. Does he get eagle-eyed here? He does. Knew it.
But he is turning attention away from that up ball. Just needs to play his life here. Wait for the help to come, for the cavalry to arrive, however you want to put it. And Snipe Drone is doing exactly that. He spots another one out. That's going to be an easy kill. It's 4 dead for Complexity. And in hindsight, that is a fantastic little bit of patience coming out of the Englishman. Snipe Drone showing some composure and some experience in a big situation.
Yep, Snapshot does not panic. I agree. Love the way he played that 98-99, and will be a round on the board for Luminon. And they will force us now into a round number 3.
Round number 3 then. 1 round belongs to Complexity. 1 round belongs certainly to Luminon Gaming. And the stats really have started to even out a little bit now as we head into this round number 3.
Man, amazing series here, and I just feel like you can't really think of a series here at the Halo World Championship, especially if we're only really including the latter rounds of pool play. Beautiful style points. Glory gets there as well. If you think of today especially, no series has failed to deliver. I mean, even the ones that have been 3-0 have been upset 3-0s, right? So it's just been, I think this series another example of amazing, such tightly fought and contested gameplay as Glory's going to pop this camo. And now Complexity off to an early lead in your 3rd round. Presumably a play ball coming in just a moment. An attempted one.
Hello. Glory trying to still stay alive with the sniper and this camo in his hands. Sheriff's being really annoying and obnoxious by using that oddball, throwing it off the map. Glory with a quick scope onto Ryan Oop to take him down. 29 kills, by the way, at the moment for Glory. Crazy. He's 1 away from a 30 bomb as we only really just got into the start of this round, but it's Complexity who do have that lead.
Stays. I love this play. Look at the confidence. Doubles back immediately and knew that no one would be checking that because it would be an insane thing to do. And he gets 3 dead. Really nicely done from Glory.
A couple of bits of really good composure there from Luminon. Firstly, Snipe Drone at the end of the previous round, and now Glory showing that the big stage does not frighten him, and it's the first time they're actually going to see Luminon get their hands on that oddball. I don't know how much time they're going to be able to get here, though, because kills are starting to go the way of Complexity, and even though the opportunity for a rotate is here, I think the smart thing to do is do exactly what
This
Glory
is nice, though.
Kill out of that situation. A killing spree for Glory. He's 31-19 now in this game.
I agree. I think I was thinking a rotate was coming. You were wisely 1 step ahead of me that it was going to get cut off by a steep plat rotate, but playing it and then still getting the kill was a really nice play of Mud there.
So oddball down in a neutral position. The scores just a couple of points separating the 2 teams. As the man who made history is on our screen right now, the highest ever placing mouse and keyboard player in Halo Infinite history, in Halo history, is on your screen. 2 dead here for Complexity, and Luminon will have their hands back on that oddball. We've been looking for the trade. He'll do even better than that. He gets the beatdown and stays alive momentarily.
That was your brain on mouse and keyboard, by the way. You were moving faster. You were looking a lot faster. Important battle here. Gets the help. King Nick stays alive on scoreboard. And should also mention King Nick really has been a player that we've been focusing on all of 2025. And definitely doing well here to just kind of be right alongside the team, right? 21 kills on the board. Tied for 2nd most on the team. And so far it has led to the difference in this 3rd round.
King Nick in that occasion doing his best impression of someone in a Weatherspoons late at night trying to swing for someone who said something wrong. Not quite connecting, but the ambition was certainly there. 3 dead for Complexity as Luminon will now have an opportunity to go into a lead here.
And just to give our North American viewers an idea of what a Weatherspoons is like, imagine a bar with a very sticky carpet.
Cheap drinks, sticky carpet, terrible company a lot of the time.
Inevitably, because you can't choose who's inside that spoons, like my father always told me.
Luminon into a lead here by a few points. Wooten with a chance to hit a big flick here, but can't quite connect. Pressure's coming. That one's going to hit the body. Goes for the cleanup on Cherish. Doesn't get it, though.
Big.
2 dead here for Luminon. The play ball will come in, though. Complexity pick up a couple of kills. They're finding themselves down by around just under 20 points. It's still a very, very close game between these two teams. Glory and Snipe Drone both trying to cut this rotation off at the pass, but aren't going to be able to quite take down the ball carrier.
Rotate.
But a couple of kills fall elsewhere. King Nick scarpers this one around top middle.
I like this rotate. Ooh, knew he was going to get chimneyed, and he does, but
I hate getting chimneyed.
yeah, it can be painful. Well, let's see what Ryan Noob can do here. I like the idea. I thought it was actually going to be a full A rotate, and Ryan Noob was going to actually hold down scoreboard as well as bags as they did a full rotate as they tried to come cut, because the geometry of this map, oh, gee willikers.
That grenade from SLG is the equivalent of the Halo middle finger.
Yeah.
He just threw it at him and turned around as his teammates came in to finish him off. Illuminon's still in a very good position here, but also a very scary position. You're trying to weigh up what decisions you make in this situation, right? Do you try and extend that lead? Do you play for the kills? Do you play to try and deny Complexity getting their hands on that obble? It's a very sometimes difficult to get on the same page in these moments.
3 dead, by the way. That ball's going to be rotated back to house. If I'm Complexity, by the way, we're going to have to see if they get the opportunity. If I'm Complexity, because Luminon has played so well with the play ball style tower gameplay, I'm trying to get the ball actually back to A. We'll see if they're going to have an opportunity to do that, because the time is already ticking down. 75 already on the board for Luminon, but they do find themselves 2 dead and at a significant disadvantage here.
Yeah, big moment here for Wooten. He has been spotted out. Does stay alive thanks to a little bit of help coming in from a teammate, and that is so, so important just due to the fact that he's got more work to do here. Takes down another. Ball is still in the hands, though, of Complexity. Ryan Noob is going to be forced to play this ball very, very soon, though, because the pressure is going to be coming from Wooten with this camo.
What if
Wooten
Wooten denies the play ball?
Oh,
he kind of does.
Repulse. That keeps the ball on the map, and it keeps both teams from being able to grab it.
I didn't know what to say.
Mental finds a double kill on the tower. That ball is still in a neutral position. Snipe Drone trying to pressure and finish off his kill. Hits the nade, but the repulse is going to send it back now. 15 points, the difference between the two teams. This life from Mental could be so important and pivotal to the way that this game goes, but the ball does reset down bottom middle, but Complexity have the legs and the space to go and grab this one.
Let's see where the kills go.
Oh,
Whoa.
big.
Enormous from Glory to not trade on Nest. Now he's going to be back tower. That does allow, though, Ryan Noob to go for a traditional cuts hold. He has to throw it down top middle, but this is essentially a tied game here, and what a pivotal go-ahead game this is.
This is where the shots really matter. I mean, 40 kills, by the way, for Glory in this game. And over a minute of time, but if you hit these shots, you might win yourself this game and put yourself in a great spot in this series. Glory is really doing everything he can for Luminon to keep them in this game. It is the slenderest of leads, but with 3 dead, Complexity might be finding that lead is a little bit more difficult to chase down at this point in the game.
By the way, I think there's a Complexity teammate, because the kill feed said it was a melee kill, and it was after the melee, so Glory gets a little bit of luck staying alive there. Maybe he gets the stick, just not.
He did. He stuck him on the head. That spike grenade gave him the unicorn horn.
90 on the board. Look at this from Luminon. 3 dead for Complexity. Cherish is last alive. This is going to be it. This is over.
7 points. All he's got to do is run away. Cherished is dead, and Luminon will win game number 3 to go into the lead 2-1. Luminon keep it going. This elimination quarterfinals will continue in a few moments' time.
Strongholds.
If you like Strongholds, you're in the right place, everyone, because that's the next game type we have in front of us. Luminon Gaming 2-1 up over Complexity, having just won live fight. Oddball 2-1. You know, elimination quarterfinal. Remember, the team who loses this series, Andy, has to watch from the stands. They will be eliminated from the tournament.
Cherished is on the wrong team.
Defeat. Strongholds.
Cherished is on the right team, everyone. Good news.
Are you sure?
No, I haven't actually
haven't
seen
seen-
the lobby,
you haven't
but
seen
I'm
the
just going
lobby
to
yet.
presume that that mistake surely cannot happen twice in a row. And indeed, Cherished is back where he belongs on the Complexity roster, who are down 2-1 at the moment in this series. Welcome, if you're joining us for our elimination quarterfinal over on the B stream, where we like to think that everybody who's watching right now is cozy and
Yeah,
warm.
I like
and a
that.
couple of snacks.
That's a nice-
hot drink.
It's a nice thought. Imagine, yeah,
Maybe a
you-
loved one nearby.
little blankie.
Yeah. Well, it's Luminon who won the previous game 2-1 in Oddball Live Fighter, giving them the advantage in this series.
Oh,
As Glory continues his fine fettle, Andy, after a phenomenal performance in the previous game where he took a 40 bomb.
he's doing whatever you just said, and also I am feral based on what I'm seeing here from Glory. He is looking good. Oh,
That's
That is
just
casual.
Straight disrespectful is what that is. Triple cap early on here for Luminom. And they're going to be able to keep it going as Glory transfers over to B for the killing spree. Goodness me. This
oh, no.
Damn, I had another
Someone behind him. Somehow doesn't get back there. I don't understand that. But
Moves in on the tower. Really good target prioritization here, but
oh,
I was
my.
going to say it's not looking good, but when you hit shots like that, anything will look good. Huge play again from Glory. And he's going to challenge towards King Nick as well. They're going to be able to get the conversion onto C here, having spawned there to get the kill. And force Mental back to Pipes. Has to drop that shock rifle, but the battle rifle, then he realizes he still has shock rifle ammo, so he picks it back up. Fantastic play-by-play commentator. Vote for me in the Esports Awards.
Might even stay alive here. No. In the end, what was a killing spree gets shut down at 6-1. Mutum is your last player alive on the side of Luminon. He's going to absolutely 180 and get out of dodge and stay alive here back tower.
Yeah, good start though from Luminon. Williams' job at the moment is just to protect A when the couple of no-shielded targets around him. The rest of the team are playing off his damage pretty well. They have held onto A, and now Williams transfers his body, Spartan, soul, and mind over to B.
This is, I mean, look at the complexity here. Even though they had BC for just a minute, I think they're realizing that they're only one game away from being eliminated from this tournament. And Luminon with a really good start here at 53-12. They're scoring on an AB hold yet again. It was also 3 dead for complexity.
Yeah, really, really good here from Luminon. We know that historically the strongholds has been something the European teams have always been pretty good at, especially when SLG has been on the roster. As the camo pops, SLG pops himself out to the stacks and might be able to pick up a couple more kills here. 2 players alive for complexity. They're both bottom middle. Wootum's going to fly in to find one of them. Where did that camo go, though? That's the real question. Ryan's still alive. And I wonder if he managed to sneak away with the old camouflage.
Speaking of sneaking away, it's going to be a grapple in the hands of Wootum, which could mean a grapple shock momentarily. We'll keep an eye, of course, on that as well, as all 8 players currently alive on the map and all 4 players of complexity flying through tower to blue. There's
It's a shroud screen.
Yeah, it was a shroud.
I thought for a second it was camo.
You did too, right?
Double check that.
I was like,
right.
no way did someone do that, but it was just a shroud.
Yeah, triple cap still, by the way, for Luminon at the moment with 2 dead for complexity. This is looking like a really tough start to the game for them. Luminon seems to have just found another gear at this point, but a little kill like that, a shroud, and almost a double kill maybe onto Snipe Drone through the fire of the flames. Maybe is going to give an opening for complexity, but the opening is shut down by SLG. He finds a kill over at C to keep it in their control, and now they're looking to re-slay here before stepping into one of those strongholds, but 123 already on the board to complexity's 15. We know this is their game type of swing moments, big runs, but shots like that from SLG are going to certainly help keep them in a good position here. It's also a killing spree by those things for Wootum.
Yeah, crazy little back and forth there. I think the killing spree actually came even from the observer.
Wootum.
It was
because Wootum's got 1 kill.
It was an observer glitch where it stays on the screen there. That was a crazy trade, by the way, from top control all the way over to glass as they trade with one another in that battle. But really, if you look at Luminon currently striking with the force of a dragon at 123-47, and still an AB hold for the moment. They're going to try to break.
Yeah, Luminon going to keep their foot on the gas here. They can't allow complexity to get a foothold back in this game, or a stronger hold back into this game.
Enemy team scoring.
Got to make sure that hold isn't too strong, and they will defend on complexity here. It will still be BC, but Luminon now wrapping enough presence here at batteries to be able to capture B. It will be AB in their favor.
Yeah, and the rest of complexity at the moment just trapped in and around the tower. Cherish trying to make a little bit of space and cross towards the mid-bridge to get turbo in control, but just great shots coming in here from Snipe Drone. Great rotation, great angles, and most importantly, good shots coming in from him. He had a little bit of a slow previous game, but he's 11-7 in this game. And starting to take over. 3 dead for complexity once again. Mental's last alive. Everyone's flooding off the respawn to try and deny this camo, and they will manage to do it. SLG had that camo. He popped it. But at 148 and rising, that triple cap is still ineffective. 3 dead for complexity. And Luminon are lighting things up here.
2v1 against King Nick. King Nick will have spawners at elevator. They will try to fly out of A together, but Snipe Drone does very well to just kind of pre-nade top A, not let anyone out of the cat, and they will just continue scoring here. And this could be the end of the road for complexity unless they turn it on, and they turn it on now.
Yeah, I mean, they need to pick up the slays. You look at King Nick right now, he's 3-12. A little bit of a rough one from him. Terrace is last alive inside of B, and even though he's converted it, there's going to be more players on the map for Luminon. Somehow managed to eat a little shot in the backside there, just as his shields were about to come back, and survives. Shot coming up in 10 seconds. Mental's going to get that first pick, and Cherish will move in. All of a sudden, the Slays are starting to go the way of complexity. But Glory will 1, and Glory might get 2 as well, has been the difference maker for Luminon.
So quick, right? He just always feels like a second ahead of where he needs to be, and just never behind the play. That's another example of that, just picking out the kill, and they will flip A and B yet again off of those kills and that damage, and that just tells you how important those 1v1s are and what leads to that. Once again, the knockoff effect of winning those kills just gives you so much presence, freedom, map space to make the plays and start scoring yet again.
AB hold pretty good so far. SLG's going to get caught out. There's a player behind him that just managed to flank through on the gold stairs, and those kills have added up for complexity. It's 4 dead for Luminon, and it's going to be complexity's first opportunity in this game to control all 3 strongholds. The triple cap is in effect here for Cole.
Let's see if they can hold this. It was never going to be just a walk in the park for Luminon. They're going to have to do this the hard way, and even though they still lead by just shy of 100, they do need to break this triple cap as quickly as they can to stop the bleeding.
I mean, that score is going to get closer and closer, quicker and quicker. We talk about how Strongholds can be a game type where big swings can happen. 100 points runs, 150 point runs. And that is something that Luminon are going to have to try and deny here, but Ryan, who's flying in, he keeps the triple cap in effect. 2v2 at the moment, gets that re, and now can fight in and around batteries. Glory doesn't even get the trade in that situation. Ryan who wins that one.
ANC flipping though. Can Luminon flip? They do not flip here, C. Mentor just coming around, might even finish the kill. More importantly, gets the reset, and he might also get the kill, but Wootum is a sneaky little beaver.
Yeah, Wootum somehow survives for now, but he finally gets taken down. 2v2 on the map at the moment. Mentor with no shields, trying to survive inside of B. Luminon is starting the conversion though. But look at the score, 190 to 160. That has been a fantastic comeback here for Complexity. Finally, Luminon are able to get the kills and break here.
Glory does a very important job winning that 1v1 also, as you see against Cherish. SLG stays alive. Really interesting exchange of play there. There's a lot to be said about Complexity getting back in the game, but Luminon actually had very important breaks there to now maintain the lead and cross the 200-point threshold in the end. For a moment, SLG was the only player alive on the map, and now that the spawners are in play, they will continue scoring. But this is a big attempted break coming in for Complexity. Keep an eye on the kill feed.
Yeah, this is a potential tournament-saving break coming in for Complexity. Remember, if they lose this game, they are out of the Halo World Championships. And Glory is hitting the big shots when they matter. It's a big double kill as last alive as well to reset B and give Luminon a bit of space to get back on this map.
I mean, how does he get away? How does he get away with this?
By hitting brilliant shots. That's all you can say. It's moments of individual brilliance coming in from Glory. And the damage on tower is going to allow Luminon as well to flip C. 2 players from Complexity flying through the tower to try and turn that back.
By the way, how about Sniper finding the one shot? And when there's 3 people in tower, the comms must have been so good to specify exactly where King Nick was. That was amazing to see them finish that out. But Complexity will be scoring yet again at BC, but there is very little room for error on the side of Complexity. Luminon just shy of 25 points away from closing out this game.
I would argue there's very little room for error on both sides right now. Glory just continuing to win these big individual fights as one of the last alive. He's trying to convert B at the moment. Should have the timing on it as A gets reset as well. King Nick is fighting Snipe Drone over at A though. That battle is really important and Snipe Drone is going to win it. So we'll keep control momentarily of the A stronghold as well as being able to support Glory over at B.
Scoring now the 235-point mark. Now it's getting very dangerous for Complexity. Their entire year on the line and what could be their last Halo Infinite competitive match in 2025.
Jeez, it's Glory again who gets that big double kill. Ryan Noob is last alive, trying to make a hero play onto B on the batteries. SLG is chasing him down. SLG gets the kill. SLG gets the reset, and that will secure the win for Luminon Gaming. Europe stands up and will continue into the elimination semi-finals. Complexity, we have to say goodbye.